Hello and welcome back to the Borgata in Atlantic City, New Jersey. We are back for the Winter Poker Open's final table of their $600 $2 million guaranteed Deepstack Championship.
Don't look directly
We're
into the
returning
sun.
with 8 players who've played down from the middle of the week through yesterday, a little bit earlier today to get to this point. We'll meet them in just a moment. I am Matt McNeil back again. Oh, excuse me. This is Stephen Press of New Jersey. He's coming in with just about 12 big blinds. This is Akash Hotwani, also of Jersey, coming in with just over 21 big blinds. We are coming back to 1 million big blinds. 1 million for the big blind. This is Taylor Alex Wilson, from Wheeling, West Virginia. Too many W's in there. Coming in as our chip leader with 39 million in chips, so 39 big blinds. There's Joseph Comisi from Brooklyn, coming in just over 16 bigs. Andrew Porter, not from Brooklyn. Andrew from outside the Philadelphia area, coming in. I believe that chip count is a little bit off. I believe he was coming in right around 30 million. And we have Duane Mitchel from Miami coming in, I believe, as our short stack on 10 bigs. Excuse me, not quite our short stack, our second shortest stack. This is our second largest chip stack in the room, Bryan Leskowski from Massachusetts. Coming in with, again, just over 36 bigs. And now our short stack, Kevin Grabel, with just under 6 bigs from Pennsylvania. And I believe Porter should be right around 31 million in chips, right around 31 big blinds. You'll see the payouts here up on screen. Everyone here so far has locked up at least $31,000 for this $600 buy-in, playing for a first place prize of up over $323,000. And looks like we're going to get right into it. Again, I'm Matt McNeil, been with you guys for a few of the streams here, joined once again by two-flame David Kinane.
Hello, everybody.
And we had a little bit of a delay during the play, and it played down to 23 last night, so there was some play earlier in the day. The stream schedule got moved around, so our guests were unable to make it throughout the day today. But we'll continue to bring on guests throughout the Winter Poker Open here at the Borgata. It's just the two of us this evening for this final table. David, how we doing?
Doing well. Unfortunately, we have a lot of guests who are hopping into day 1B of the 3.5K, 3 million guarantee main event. So understandably, we're going to let them get their money's worth and hop in the event. So happy to be here, though. There's not many opportunities you get to 500x your money in a poker tournament, and this is certainly one of them. So should be fun to watch.
We have our chip leader opening our first hand here, and our second place in chips coming into this, stepping out of danger, stepping out of the way with the hand that we might sometimes see someone play. They've certainly been playing together. Many of the people here have been playing together for much of the time of the last, maybe handful of hours throughout the day today and late into the night last night as the table got shorter. Curious to see how they choose to come back after about an hour and a half to 2 hour break.
Certainly so. Definitely a notable fold from Bryan there. Taylor opening as the chip leader. Bryan just under Taylor's stack. Doesn't really want to get involved yet, but Akash does, and we see a flop here.
Akash defends the big blind with a 10-6 of spades, and unfortunately it doesn't get a whole lot. But man, if Bryan had decided to put chips into this pot, look at what we would have had.
Yeah, certainly so. If he decided to continue either with a 3-bet or a call, certainly seems like all the chips would get in the middle at some point.
Very, very reasonable. But again, this is not the beginning of play today for them, but the beginning of the evening session and the first part of it on the feature table here. I imagine we'll see a little bit of feeling out again just for a few minutes. And based off of some of the hand histories, based off of some of the action earlier that we saw, I imagine we're in for some fun this evening.
Certainly so, especially such a big field. You get quite a nice cast of characters for a final table who are willing to mix it up and really play for the chip lead and play for the win. So I think we're going to have a lot battling here.
Just have me move everywhere.
As we go in, Taylor, who did take our first pot here, he's coming in with, I believe, the highest live earnings at the table and the chip lead. I believe I saw just over 3 million in live earnings.
That's okay.
Andrew, we saw couple months ago, I believe, on the final table of the Fall Poker Open here at the Borgata's main event.
Yup, I believe Andrew got 4th in the main or something like that for just over 200K, so definitely a sweet score and definitely nice to see him back at the final table. Taylor, definitely a name that I've seen around on the PokerGo streams and stuff, so he's out there battling at the high stakes, so he'll be a tough test to a lot of these competitors here today. And he gets a walk and looks at the cards. We were talking about that a little bit on the last stream, whether or not you want to look at the cards when you're in the big blind and you get that walk. And he seems to be of the camp that, hey, why not? Let's take a look. Let's have some fun.
That will bring him just up over 43 million in chips, 43 big blinds, I believe. So a very, very good start. You know, obviously, not a whole lot has gone on yet so far here at the table, but we are coming in with just under 20 big blind, or excuse me, just over 20 big blind average stack. So there's going to be a good amount of action early, I would think. A lot of that will depend on Kevin and Duane and kind of what happens with them early on.
Raise
announced.
But I imagine we're going to get a lot of action coming quickly here due to the size of the stacks in play.
Certainly so. About half the stacks in play willing to jam over opens. I think we're going to see a lot of all-ins, at least to start.
I'm all in.
We have an all-in.
And there's our first. We have the all-in with the 4s over the open from Andrew's 5s.
Yeah, Andrew's 5's going to be in a bit of a weird spot here. You know, he's opening under the gun, so his range is going to contain a lot of stronger hands than 5s.
And he doesn't even think about it. He just snap folds the 5s there, and I don't blame him. Obviously, we can see he would have been in a fantastic position.
Yeah, although I'm not sure Porter is expecting pocket 4s to jam quite happily there, especially with a stack as short as Kevin's right there with less than 6 big blinds.
Well, a very, very important pickup for Stephen Press there as he moves up to 16 million, 16 big blinds. You can see there's going to be very, very little separation until one of these collisions actually happens. And every single one of those, that right there added, what, 4.5 big blinds to his stack?
Yep, every orbit you can buy is another lifeline to potentially pick up some cards and actually win an all-in.
Fold seat 6. Fold seat 7.
Looks like we have a lot of people in chat rooting for Joe Comisi.
Raise it on up. Raise seat 8.
Here is what looks to be Kevin Grabel putting almost all of his chips in.
I believe so. I didn't hear what he'd announced, but looks like 5 million.
To leaving behind just a couple 100,000 in case anything gets really crazy, really active behind him.
Did you look at? Sweat this together, come on.
Pretty bad.
I still have chips behind.
Yeah.
I believe that was Kevin offering to sweat the hand together.
I believe these two do have some personal history, may know each other just a little bit from
Yes.
previous months or years. playing
Certainly
together.
so. Two very active members in the East Coast poker circuit, playing many of the highest stakes tournaments that are offered in the area.
I wish it was my big blind.
So do I.
Which what?
All that good, huh?
No. What do you
I
have?
just meant, I wish I had my hand in the big.
You have king 10?
I was just gonna try to get a body, man.
Oh, I understand.
I had 10 high.
I will gladly take a double, brother.
I like this Massachusetts hat that Bryan's rocking. Looks like a chip in the middle of
How much you
something of some sort.
I think 9 million. Maybe 10.
See if he's gonna commit similarly most of his stack, or if he's gonna choose and hold off for a later spot here.
Yeah, seems pretty close.
All in.
We have an all in.
After having just got the one through, it definitely makes it a lot easier for him to potentially have gotten away from this or to have folded, not put in the A7. But we certainly see Kevin move in, put himself at risk here. And it comes around to Taylor in the cutoff. With a hand, we could certainly see him.
What is it, 8 point something?
We could. I would not be the most
8-7.
surprised if he wants to put some chips in here. I have seen him make a little bit earlier in the day today,
8-2.
even as they were playing down to the final table. I did see him be willing to take a spot with a hand. You know, it was a little bit of a smaller all-in, but not a whole lot smaller with some suited connectors. So he certainly would not be surprised to see him want to see what happens with this King 10.
Yeah, looks like he's really mulling it over, thinking about potential future game scenarios where if I double up Kevin, what does that do for the rest of the table? Maybe I can't be as dominant. Do I dominate any of his hands that have a king? He's jamming king 9 suited, king 8 suited. Taylor opts to fold.
If he was closing the action, obviously, I think we're looking at a different story here.
Definitely, I think he would give it some consideration from the big blind. But when you got so many other stacks behind you, it's a little bit too risky.
Not quite strong enough. And that's back-to-back all-ins to get through for Kevin Grabel, who came in off of under 6 big blinds, is now back up and very healthy, up to, well, relatively, up to 11 bigs. And now Duane Mitchel, as the blinds have passed through him, the shortest stack here down to 8 million.
Yeah, not a sight to see that most players would want at this table. Kevin Grabel definitely capable with a lot of chips to make some moves and put the pressure on, so he's going to be difficult as he keeps chipping up here.
Yeah.
You got any picks to take this down, Whitesmith, if you had to draft one of our remaining 8?
I mean, the obvious one is the chip leader, who's got
10-7.
history,
10-7?
success live, you know, and the most chips in play right now.
Announcers are like, I can't believe he jammed twice in a row with 6 high.
I do know
This guy
Andrew
is a
Porter.
nut job.
We did commentate together with Andrew Porter back in the Fall Open before his final table there.
Raise, make it 2.1.
And we kind of watched that get away from him just really unfortunately with some really poor setup hands. I think he ran queens into kings in one and just things that didn't go his way. So I would, on a personal level, love to see Andrew take this one down.
Yeah, I'm in a similar camp. Andrew, someone that we've talked to in the booth, someone we chat with regularly. Very nice guy. Someone I've had on my podcast, Reg Wars. Short little plug there. Talk with some online or live poker players in the U.S. One of my early guests.
And just a genuinely nice person. One of the many people that we can say, but one of the many nice people in the poker community.
The first time was just me getting out of line. The second time I had the hand to call your first shot,
Yeah?
but not to call your second shot.
But yeah.
I'll tell you later if you want to know.
Wow, if you're still in it. He hit me with the if you're still in it, and he
Oh,
stopped.
I stopped it. Well, I'll tell you on break, or whenever it gets to the stream, I'll tell you.
Yeah, exactly.
Not wanting to give away.
I'm listening to the stream in my ear right now anyway.
Oh, it's going to be static because they ain't started yet. So.
It's very, very difficult to lie effectively when it's going to be clear for everyone in just a short few minutes.
Yeah, like Kevin saying, he has a stream in his ear just as they're getting started. Brother, we're on a 30-minute delay. You have nothing on in your ear. You have the pregame music.
And here comes Akash with an ace-5. He looked like he was thinking for just a moment.
2 points.
And now Taylor, with the chips to be able to do this, is going to be opening his 10-8 of hearts.
Careful with that.
Certainly
I
so.
had 1001, so let's just hold him to 1 mil.
Yeah, I think that's a good fold with
Just do what they said.
ace-5.
They
It
said
can be
take a beat
tempting,
before you do it.
but
Yeah, I'm
you
not
made the
best
right
listener.
decision there.
Oh, absolutely. I don't
Just
think.
like- you just
I
like
was
playing.
a little
Okay.
surprised that he paused as long as he did.
You have an ace.
Yeah, we have an ace and we have under 20 bigs.
Nah, there's no point of stalling.
Who, me?
Yeah, you. Tanking
Oh,
with the
yeah.
first hand.
I mean, the first one was just me being optimistic. I'll say that. I had 10 high.
You were never putting the chips in.
The second one was close.
Yeah?
Fun to hear some table talk early
Like
on.
this guy's
Sounds
jamming
like
with 7 high, and this guy's tanking with 8 high. These guys are geniuses.
You could have had 7-8 suited.
definitely get a lot of entertainment today, despite for the fact that they're playing for $320,000.
I mean, they've already 50x'd their buy-in if they were in for one bullet. So I think that they're all in a good place with where they're at in the tournament, and obviously plenty more to play for, but kind of what you see when you get to these final table streams is a lot of the players are already going to be happy because you get to make that final table, everything that comes with it. You know, they get to come on the stream here down at we're actually up in the event center at the Borgata down here in Atlantic City.
Yeah, definitely camaraderie built as well. I mean, this tournament had over 4,000 runners. Chances are you shared a table with the vast majority of the people at the final table if you make it already. So some friendships being built, some relationships.
I was at Andrew's table at the start of day 2 in this, as well as one other person who made it into day 3 today, but was one of the first eliminations of the day. So they basically played all of day 2 together.
Wow.
Or nearly all of day 2, or much of day 2 together. And then came back and both made it into day 3 with the final 23.
Raise 2.1 million.
This could be trouble for Kevin, as this is late position, big stack opening the ace-jack on the button for Bryan. And now he looks down and he has an ace and under 10 bigs in his own blinds.
Yeah, the thing is, if Kevin jams a hand like this, he knows Bryan's going to be opening so wide. He should be able to get called by plenty of king-high, queen-high hands, etc. An unfortunate setup if he chooses to move with this hand, though.
Certainly not a guarantee that he does.
Yeah,
But I would be surprised if he doesn't.
this one feels really close,
We have an all-in.
and he ends up going with it.
All-in.
I think my kids at home would be upset if I went broke with this.
8.2. I believe. That's like 7, 8, maybe.
8.7, right?
8.7.
Yeah, 8.7.
Very quick count, but Bryan was always putting the chips in, and Kevin Grabel here is going to be at risk with the ace-6 offsuit against Bryan's ace-jack of hearts. Gonna need a little bit of help as he goes to the flop.
And then the TNA. Perfect.
Short stacks at this table, cheering on for Bryan, trying to get one of those pay jumps early on, and also eliminate a strong player.
A jack in the window is going to be very, very bad news for Kevin.
No, it's just me dead.
But he does pick up a few. Little backdoor straight card
Stand up, here
possibilities.
comes the 7.
Yeah,
Not
maybe.
dead, but close.
And unfortunately, the ace on the turn does
Okay, guys.
Good game, man.
wrap up the tournament for Kevin Grabel here. Eliminated in 8th place in the Deepstack main event championship
Nice playing with you, man.
down here at the Borgata Winter Poker Open. I believe it was 33,000 and change for 8th place.
Looks like
for
about
Kevin Grabel.
31. I believe they'll
31,000.
display it on the screen here. Yep. Good game to Kevin. Came in as the shortest stack. Unfortunately, couldn't spin it back up.
We continue with our final 7, and Duane Mitchel, who had just gone to the shortest stack moment earlier, is still our shortest stack on 7.5 big blinds. And then we've got a gap in that 15 to 20 range, as we can see, with Joseph Comisi, Stephen Press, and Akash Hotwani all in that 14, 18 big blind range. Every single one of them, any given hand can be at risk. It's pretty much going to be a number of open, someone raises or someone opens pre-flop, and their decision is almost always going to be all in or fold. Certainly some positions where that won't be the case, but that's going to be the vast majority of the action for any of those stacks.
Definitely, and we'll see how wide Taylor wants to get, and he's going to put in raising chips here.
2.1.
Kind of just the power of having the chip lead. Everyone else has to get out the way.
Bryan, having won that last one, is right up there, almost even in stack.
Yeah.
Fold, C5.
Yeah, this chip distribution certainly makes it difficult for the stacks like Akash and Porter, Andrew, who, kind of in the middling area where they don't really want to have too much risk of getting knocked out, especially with Duane's stack being 7.5 million, just under 8 big blinds. Need to proceed with a lot of caution, which I imagine we'll see here through a flat.
Interesting decision from Stephen Press here to call with the 4s out of position. But now, Akash, with the suited ace, gets to call his big blind as well, and both of them are looking for flops that could potentially get them that double up. This is not going to be Akash's flop, but I'm curious to see how Stephen continues with this. I would not be surprised at all to see continued aggression from Taylor. I'm curious to see, because that should not be too dangerous of a flop for 4s if you're going to choose to play them in this spot.
Definitely, I think Taylor is probably going to put out a bet here very often.
Bet 3.4. C3 bets 3.4.
And he did open under the gun. Certainly as a chip leader, we're expecting him to open a lot. He did open under the gun, so I wonder if that's going to raise some red flags for Steven. If he was purely looking for just a 4, or if he was looking for some kind of hand like this, some kind of flop like this.
Raise, make it 9 million.
Finds the raise.
The non-all-in raise.
I really like that, and that can be tough to find, specifically against such a big bet from Taylor. 3 big blinds into 2 people, over 3 big blinds into 2 people.
Taylor very, very quickly gets away from this one. Not necessary for him to even take a shot with his 2 overs there.
Pretty gangster with the 4s, though.
Yeah, and we've seen Stevens not coming in to sit and fold down and wait for other people to get knocked out. That's twice now with the 4s in the first hand, maybe dozen hands here at the final table of the Deepstack Championship down here at the Borgata Winter Poker Open.
Before that hand, so.
And if we're going to get this kind of action, if we're going to get people who want to mix it up like this, we're in for a fun time tonight.
Oh, certainly so.
Well, 41.
Looking back over at the chat, we see some friends north of the border chiming in. Hello from Ottawa. Hello as well. A lot more people rooting for Joe. And then a comment here, Akash knocked someone out yesterday, said it was a very nice guy and rooting for him. Love to hear people, acknowledging, love to hear just, I don't know if it's a random person, if it's someone who actually knows Akash before yesterday or not, but I love hearing the looping back, seeing that they're there and wanting to chime in and say, I played with this player, it was very nice. Right. I like to see that kind of camaraderie in the community.
Definitely so. It's a 4,000 person tournament. You're going to meet tens, if not hundreds, of people throughout the tournament if you run deep. So very cool to see that.
Do you have over 40?
Happy that you're cheering
45.
Akash on. But yeah, you're right. It's a lot of Joe fans in the chat, which is fun to see. Hopefully he can spin his stack up.
Call.
Looks like our blinds did go up, so we are at a 600,000, 1.2 million small blind, big blind with a 1.2 million big blind ante as well. So that's going to make the math for number of big blinds for me much more difficult.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's not just 1 million as one big blind. Definitely noteworthy for the short stacks here, like Duane.
They'll start. They'll watch a little bit. They'll get 4. How old is he? 4. Understand. Yeah.
How they see on the TV, that's enough.
Yeah.
My daughter's 4, so she's pumped up.
Nice. Yeah. They're excited.
You hear them talking about families, and it sounded like talking about tuning into the stream.
Andrew, you have 1 or 2? 2.
Older.
4 and 1.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's always a fun aspect of these live streams. Oftentimes, people go to these poker tournaments and
2.
they play
4
for
and 7.
hours, days. Don't really know much about what happens, so it's fun to get the chance to
Yeah,
to
no,
get
it
it in
is.
the public light, let the family and friends see what's going on.
Gosh, with a very good little pickup there. Limping the 7-4, we already saw him give Taylor a walk earlier. So limping here and getting the lead in to get a not insignificant pickup for him there, right? Like just getting that extra 2 big blinds is going to be very, very important as some of these shorter stacks navigate this early part of the final table today. Very well done, Akash.
I have my aunt and uncle in Boston too. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, love to see that from him.
Yeah. It is.
Gives him some more cushion to let the short stack get eliminated. See Sean Perry asking, is this live or a rerun? This is live. We are live from Atlantic City, albeit on a 30-minute delay for integrity, gaming regulations, things like that, but essentially live.
We are up in the event center down at the Borgata. The Winter Poker Open continues through next weekend. Currently registering is the main event, I believe, day 2 of the 3,500 $3 million guarantee main event, as well as many more things upcoming throughout the week.
Hop on over in that day 1B and you could end up on a feature table like this very soon.
We will be back with feature tables for that main event on Tuesday for day 2, Wednesday for day 3, and then the final table on Thursday as well. Taylor putting some pressure on what seems to be one of the chat's favorites, Joe Comisi's big blind there. And Joe does not have anything to stick up for himself there.
Yeah, unfortunately, no way to fight back with 5 deuce offsuit, but live to fight another day.
I was gonna see if you wanted. It looks like you need change, but you don't.
I know.
You got 2?
Yeah.
We get a hello from a little further than Ottawa even, a hello from New Zealand.
Wow.
Hello and welcome. I wonder what that flight is from New Zealand to Atlantic City.
I think it's like 18 to 20 hours. I remember looking at flights from Philly at one point because I've always wanted to go to New Zealand, but it's a tough trip to make.
Nice to see a few other names getting brought up. Looks like we have Bryan being chirped by a few people, as well as recognizing the play with Akash. So again, love seeing the support for the different people across the table as well. Don't get me wrong, nothing against Joe, but like seeing, you know, a little bit of love being spread around to everyone. We'll see how Andrew chooses to play this.
Yeah, it feels like he's got a lot of options, to be honest. A lot meaning, I think, call or jam. A non-all-in raise seems a little cheeky. Certainly never folding.
And he does just call.
And I think it's to do exactly what we're looking at, where you keep these hands where you dominate the jack. So if you hit a jack, you kind of just get all the chips in. Don't necessarily fold it out. But on this type of flop, Akash is coming out ahead, pairing the king.
Two bets, 1.8. 5 full.
Andrew gets away from the ace
I
jack.
lost him in there.
Another very nice
What's that?
pickup for Akash. And when that comes through later, obviously Akash will see how much trouble he could have been in pre-flop. Andrew's saying he folded a very nice hand. I don't think they realized just how nice of a hand he folded.
Yeah, certainly a very nice hand pre-flop, but on that flop, pretty good to get away from. Not getting too attached to the ace high.
We also get a hello from the deeper deepest, which is, I believe, also going on in the event center right now. A $500 40,000 guarantee tournament going on right now, just a few yards away from this table, I believe.
Very nice. Good luck to you or anyone else competing in there.
Two raises, 2.4.
Akash continuing the aggression here.
Yeah, despite being a middling stack in this group, he's not afraid to put some chips in.
We'll see what Duane chooses to do in the big blind here with the king six.
Yeah, this is a bit of an awkward one. I think you just got to call, but it looks like he's going to put it all in.
It is just going to go.
2 calls.
Oh, no doubt.
Obviously not too much of a difference.
Two live ones, though.
Like that.
Good luck.
The diamond in the window, I believe, caused a chuckle. No change here. Duane is still going to need a king or a six to stay alive.
A king and a six only going to do it for him.
Good game,
And he
sir.
cannot find it.
Hey, buddy.
Nice hand.
Thank you.
So Duane Mitchell exits our final table in 7th place.
Now I'm the only bald guy on
Akash
the
picks
stage.
up another pot in a row. That I believe 3 in a row for
Nobody can
Akash.
see, but
Payout feature.
Yeah,
you got it
Akash just
covered
keeps
up.
chipping
that's
up.
right.
Congrats to
If I can
Duane,
cover my
earning
face, I'd
himself
do that too.
$38,630
Oh, we got enough of those people.
for his
They
second
don't need
place
any more of
finish.
Play, man.
We'll see the chip count as we
Yeah,
are
no,
down
I'm
to our
saying
final
today,
6.
Well, yeah, no, I mean,
Our next
I
pay
mean
jump
the
is
max
up to
guys, but that's-
$49,000,
Yeah.
almost
But no.
$50,000, $49,800 and change. And
Vote
Akash,
sang
with
to
that
600
little
back
mini
with the-
run, is up to 24 big blinds and is kind of closing the gap on both Bryan and Taylor. Now, Joseph Comisi, one of the chat's favorite, it appears, is the short stack by a notable margin here on 9 big blinds, just under 11 million in chips.
Yeah, unfortunately for the chat, Joe's going to be the next one that the rest of the table is looking to
sorry.
get knocked out. Make one of those ladders
off.
again.
Avoid the muck.
Yeah.
And these ladders are really going to ramp up quickly. That first one was a little over 7,000. This next one's a little over 11. Then it's just going up from there, 17, 30, and then we get into the 6 figures. We get into some big payouts soon. And this is just a $600 tournament.
Yeah, that's the power of these massive field tournaments. Is once you get to the final table, the money's already pretty big relative to the buy-in starting at the 9th, 8th place payout, but you just keep working your way up, and it just keeps getting astronomically bigger. It's quite mind-boggling.
And to be able to accommodate a field like this, I'm going to also shout out Night Fox's comment from a little bit earlier, who
Yeah, that's what I was
themselves
Maybe
shouted out the Borgata and the staff and dealers here for a
Yeah,
very
I asked
well-run event.
No,
And I will say, for a tournament with this many entrants, I want to say the Thursday or the Friday day flight, the final day 1 day flight, had 1,400 entrants.
That's even worse.
There was almost no alternate line at any point. There was very short stretches with alternate lines. They were getting people in, getting them set, getting them to tables. Very little drama, very little disruption. A very well-run event here.
Yeah, that's super impressive, being able to accommodate that many people for one flight. That's almost unheard of. So well done to the staff.
$2.6.
3 raises. 2.6.
Who'd I re-raise?
You re-raised yourself.
Yeah, I heard re-raises.
Sounds stronger.
That sounds real strong right now.
Some people at the table hearing re-raise. Nope, just a raise.
Doesn't look like we'll get a whole
It
lot in
wasn't
the way
self-re-raise
of,
was gonna call, but
not a whole lot of pushback as Taylor slides another pot. Excuse me, as Alex slides another pot. He did say that he goes by Alex, that most people call him Alex.
Gotcha. A good reference for the watchers, though, seeing Taylor as the name on the screen, but we will refer to him as Alex at some points, likely.
The love for the staff around here as well continues with a shout out to the MGM and the online registration. And I believe every day so far and every day moving forward, there are individual events. I don't think it's 100% of events, but many of the events you can log on to the BetMGM Poker app, the New Jersey version of it, and register for the event up until about 9 or 9:15 p.m. You can register through the app on your phone, on your computer. Go down, and there's just an MGM table there, and they will finish off the registration process and get you sat where you don't have to bring cash to the cage. You can skip any of the lines there and register online from your room, from home, from wherever, and your chips don't go in play until you actually finish the registration process with them in person here in the event center.
Yeah, definitely a huge shout out to BetMGM and Dave and the whole team for being able to make that online registration such a powerful thing. You know, I think a lot of areas aren't able to accommodate such a nice feature, and it makes it really nice for everyone just to show up and not have to worry about carrying so much cash.
It's enough being nice to these people.
Thank you.
Let's go back. Let's go back to being mean.
Yeah, we'll start being mean to the MGM team soon.
Sure about that?
No, never.
No, maybe less.
He's not. He has 25. He has
That's
less.
ambitious.
Yeah, he has less.
Not 12 for it.
23 something.
So we have Andrew opening the king deuce of clubs here. Steven calls his small blind again, this time with the 8-6 of diamonds. And now Akash unsure what he wants to do from his big blind with the king 8.
Yeah, I mean,
7.5.
wow.
Two raises, 7.5 million.
Akash getting after it, putting in some more chips. I think that should quickly push out both Andrew and Steven.
That's what I would expect. And a very, very good show of aggression from Akash so far today. And if this does work as we think that it might, that will scoop yet another pot and bring him from one of the middling shorter stacks, not the shortest of stacks, almost up to the chip leaders of the day.
Yeah, some well-earned chip ups there for Akash. I mean, maybe recognizing a little bit from the last orbit where Steven was in the small blind, and he just called with pocket fours off of a relatively short stack. Kind of doing the same thing there, recognizing that it might not be a super strong hand doing so, and puts on the pressure, and it works out. So, yeah, kind of like you said, creating that real separation between both Porter and Steven Press's stack.
30 about?
Yeah, give me one to out.
In a very
we're
good
good,
position
we're
to get some of those ladders.
Can I get just a water and an ice cream, please?
Oh, I
No, I'm
just
just
Yeah. Just water.
Yeah.
A little over. Actually,
Yeah, a little over.
yeah, a little over 30.
I'm okay for now. Thank you.
Good, thank you.
2.4.
5 raises, 2.4.
Solomon Sushi referencing another benefit of using the online registration. You get to spin a little wheel that gives you some prizes. It sounds like he was unable to win any of those prizes, spinning it 5 times.
I did get a chance to spin that wheel myself, and I got a $2 entry to an online tournament. But you can get as much as 100 to an online tournament, I believe was the top prize on this wheel.
Wow, not too shabby.
Andrew opens again here with the ace-4 suited and is going to run into more aggression from Akash, I have to imagine here, as he has the ace-10 suited in his small blind. Just going to flat call this with the suited ace in the small blind out of position.
Yeah, certainly one of the hands that probably performs well as a call, keeping in a lot of the hands you dominate. Worse ace-x, some king-10, queen-10.
And a tough one that if you do go for a 3-bet, you can just get pushed. You should be folding to a 4-bet, then you can just get pushed off a hand that has a whole lot of value here going to the flop. And Taylor with the 5 deuce defending the big blind as well. And not really anything for anyone here.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice from Taylor, just wanting to get involved in the hand. Find a way to push these guys out, being the chip leader.
There's a whole bunch of red cards out here, so Taylor, maybe a quick double check to see which is a heart, which is a diamond.
Five bets, 2 million.
And I was curious going in if they were going to be bringing out any of these purple $1 million chips. And that is what we are seeing from Andrew. So the whites are 100,000. The golds are 500,000. And we don't see many of them, but these purple chips are 1 million chips.
Yeah, it looks like they may have just loaded up the chip leader with them. Get them distributed. Wondering if Taylor has any frisky thoughts here. 3 to a straight, 3 to a flush. Really grasping at straws, though. There's not much of anything here on this flop for 5 deuce.
And Andrew does take it down. A very, very needed chip up for him after a couple opens where he got pushed off the pot, or in a couple hands where chips had kind of started to slip away, and that brings him back up to about 28 million in chips. We can kind of see these larger stacks here consolidating. We don't have any giant chip leader, which means that every hand that anyone is in, with the, no offense, the exception of Joseph and Steven, could be a massive, massive hand and put someone in that commanding chip lead spot.
Right, they're going to be thinking a lot about, you know, if I win this hand, I double my stack. I have a commanding chip lead. I can win more pots in the future as a result of that. Or, you know, if I lose this all in to this short stack, does it really change my position a lot? Well, kind of. You know, a lot of thoughts going through these players' heads, trying to calculate the optimal decisions.
And Steven, after we've seen him in pots with 4s a few times, decides 3s are not for him.
Yeah, maybe a little different opening the pot, especially with Akash and Taylor in the button and small blind.
Blind on blind aggression from Alex here, as he does get Joseph to fold the hand. Again, nothing for Joseph to do there, no real ability to push back. So a nice little chip up again here for Alex.
Yeah, each player losing about 3 million in chips every single orbit.
What?
It's going to mean Joseph's going to have to pick up a hand soon and go with it.
They can mute. They can mute.
They can mute. Yeah. No, I've been on stream plenty of times where like I'll be one of the other like yo, we gotta mute you.
Yeah.
There's a button on there too. You can mute it.
Yeah, I think you can flip.
You can flip it up.
All right.
I'm talking about us, and Andrew actually knows the behind-the-scenes setup here, having been on this comment or sitting with us on commentating this exact
And of
setup.
the viewers.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can we do something?
Certainly
Can we
pretty
let them
funny.
know to mute it.
To watch some of
It
the
just auto mutes.
Okay, great.
I'll make sure you don't
WSOP
miss
streams.
one hand.
Thank you.
Players will step off to their rail for a second. They'll talk about an all-in or talk about some
As long
other
as you
players
don't-
at the table not knowing they're hot
Yeah.
mic'd.
Can't even run.
I say if you
It's
play
not
this hand,
allowed.
it's got to be
You
good.
want us to
You
do
can
maybe
run.
15
You're allowed to
minutes?
run.
They go to Blake?
No,
we
it's
do
not. It's
break.
not. It's next
Could we
one.
do it in 15 minutes instead?
No, I mean I don't. We don't take a break every other thing.
Yeah. Okay.
But we're taking one in 55.
Yeah, I was just trying to help the guy out. Maybe
Yeah,
I'll
that's why I said I'll only miss one
yeah,
hand.
sure. Trying to get some good karma points.
No, I'm
You are
like
too.
I 100%.
I wonder if Joseph is going to feel like this is enough for him to go.
4 calls.
2.5.
6.
He proceeds with a call.
I don't hate this, because you'll see a lot of times people do a little stop and go here.
Yeah, if you hit something, just go with it. If you don't, live to fight another day. So much in the middle already, it can be worthwhile to see that flop.
4 checks.
Fortunately, well, a little bit of something on this flop, though. Not much, but 2 overs and a diamond. Probably not enough. And he goes away.
Button's good.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe at the beginning of the last hand they were talking
Stall for like
about
30 seconds.
Yeah.
I'll do
bathrooms, and I think Akash ran off to the bathroom, and they're
I may actually need the same
going to
thing
try
at some
to
point.
let him come
Okay.
back
I
before
might
the
need
next
to do the same
hand.
thing at some point. So
Very, very politely
Team
take as
karma.
much time as they can to shuffle the cards,
Just don't go when you're under
post the
gun.
blinds, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, that was a bit quick, though,
As long
so
as you
we'll
don't
see
have
if
to
he
change the number 1 to number 2, you're good.
ends up getting back in time. sprinting through the Borgata halls.
If he's on for a long time, then we have problems.
Yeah, that's different. That's on him at that point.
And that has to be where the conversations about the mics popped up too.
Maybe the guy
If he
clock
goes to
earlier
the
back
bathroom,
for
does the
bathroom
mic
breaks.
trail him all the way there?
There's gotta be a
Piecing
balance
putting all the
Clock's
pieces
running
together.
Of course,
so
of course. Okay.
1 fold, 2 fold.
Steven buying him some time.
Yeah, and that's what's great with this. Again, we talked about playing with people throughout the day, and everybody should be very happy with the money so far here. So something like this is also part of what playing in a tournament like this, in an event like this, gets to do, is you get to get a little bit of that, of course you're playing against each other, but you're there having fun together, competing together for this.
We have like
Right.
35?
And so there's everyone is someone saying good karma, good juju and all that. A lot of people you'll see in these spots will put out positivity because you want it reciprocated, you want that coming back the other way.
Like including this.
And there's no reason when you're in a spot like this, there's no reason to get, to try and power through hands to make Akash miss his blinds.
Yeah, definitely. You're not seeing all of these players taking
What about you?
snap decisions
40,
each time. They're understandable, and I imagine they would also want to be reciprocated if they had to go to the bathroom at some point during this FT. Hey, take your time a little bit. Let me make sure I get back in a hand or two.
And Bryan defends his big blind with an 8-5 suited, and Alex here hits trips on the flop. And I know we've been taking a little bit of time here. They're taking... Ooh, we are going to get a check back. I was going to say, this is going to be strong enough. I'm curious to see how Alex will choose to play this. Because we've seen some aggression from him. We've seen him, defend with the 5 deuce as well. We've seen a few different things from him. I think the king 7. But we haven't seen him in a position like this where he's got a made hand. So really curious to see how he continues to play this.
3.4.
3 bets. 3.
Yeah, pretty notable check back there.
Mm-hmm. Chooses a half pot here on the turn, and that's going to be enough to take it down. And Akash has gotten back. Missed, I believe, 1 hand. Is that all he missed?
Just 1, I think, so not too bad from him.
And another pot for Alex brings him up over 53 million in chips. So again, just a little bit of separation up at the top. Still close enough that a double for Andrew, Bryan, or Akash would put them either at or in the chip lead, depending on who that double would be through. But a little bit of separation where he might be able to actually pick up some of the aggression again, like we saw at the very beginning before it was Akash's turn.
Yeah, definitely so. And it is annoying having Taylor on your direct left, but seeing Joseph in the cutoff there specifically, Akash can raise his button into Joseph's big blind. Certainly a very positive position to be in.
Like 20?
About. Maybe like 19.
Yep.
Looks like our graphics
take a
have
walk.
him at closer to 15.
That's after posting,
Yeah,
though.
okay, yeah, that makes sense. Funny table talk there from Steven. I'll take a walk.
3.7.
7 makes it 3.7.
Just over 3x here from Bryan.
3.6 is my cap. Nice hand.
Gonna be enough for Bryan to take that one. And bring him back up over 40 million in chips himself.
I know we had been talking about the fit choices of some of these competitors in past live streams. We had Napoli rocking the, of course, very fitting Napoli jersey, and the day before we had John rocking the jumpsuit chain bucket hat. Not really any outstanding choices at this final table so far. I don't know if anything's catching your eye in terms of style choices.
No, Porter's almost always wearing, some type of relatively slim-fitting hoodie. I feel like that's about the one thing that I would say is consistent with him is he's almost always going to be in a slim-fitting hoodie. The rest of the table here, I'm assuming they've been down here, been playing for several days.
Are they in the
At this point, I think you're just going for comfort.
Yeah,
It's
definitely.
a little less now after the blinds.
Such a grind of a tournament
17.
when you're performing at the final table.
No, it's not now.
And
It's when
yesterday
I
was a
just went
very,
through.
very long day, playing down to the final 23.
Yeah, I can't remember what time they ended up bagging at, but I remember it was pretty late if I recall.
Two chips.
I don't know Joe personally. I know that the chat has been on his side, has been behind him for a bit throughout the evening so far. The only thing out of decisions in terms of style is New York sports teams. I'm normally going to give grief, but I feel like when you see a Jets or Islanders fan, then they've had enough long years
Right.
that we can give them a pass. But I still want to at least shout out the Eagles in the playoff game here and the ability to see, even when you're at the table here, I imagine we'll see people going and leaning and taking a look to see what's going on in the playoffs.
Yeah, certainly so.
And I don't think we're going to be seeing any New York teams in those playoffs.
Yeah, no, and certainly got to show some respect for the Islanders. I feel like it's the football equivalent would be like I don't know, like the people who would cheer for the Browns like 5-10 years ago after they were just losing year after losing year.
Or the Lions.
Or the Lions.
There it comes.
I remember that 0-16 series or season.
Full movie sick.
Or the Jets.
Yeah.
I'm all in.
There we go. You got the glasses.
What a read.
You got the hood.
You can't put the glasses on and then not go on. I mean, really. Let's just say it. I would have loved it.
7 fold.
You got to balance your folding range.
Yeah. It's on me. I'm sorry. I'm making jokes
Looks like
here.
we have a little pause in the feed, if I'm not mistaken. I believe Joe is going to be near all in. He's going to be in for, what is that going to be, about 40% of his stack?
Yeah,
as
just
he
about
posts the
half.
blinds.
Hopefully we can catch you up on the action momentarily.
Glass in the hood, 1 for 1.
I have one of those.
Sense.
I had two.
Two's good.
Two's better than one.
Nice hand, man.
Thanks. Take off the glasses now because I can't see a thing.
Hang with us for a moment here as we try to
That was
sort
a good
out
time
some
for
of
a big
these
hand.
technical difficulties
I know,
with the
right?
stream.
It's like, yeah.
Hopefully we can
Perfect
get the
timing.
action back to you relatively soon.
Five fold. 7 fold. 1 fold. Two fold.
Hello, everybody. Sorry for the technical difficulties there. I believe the stream should be coming back momentarily, if not already. If you're just tuning in, this is the 600 Deepstack 2 million guaranteed at the Borgata for the Winter Poker Open. We got Joseph moving all in against the small blind. Gets it through. Very necessary chip up for him. Very nice chip up for Joe there. Not gone yet.
Seven raises, 2.4. One call.
Steven coming along with another little pair here with the threes.
Yeah, he's loving these pocket pairs. Even from the hijack. And that's going to get Taylor to even survey his options with Jack-8 offsuit. Normally not the strongest hand, but...
3 raises to 7.2 million.
We're going to get the squeeze out of him here to 7.2 million.
Chip leader doing chip leader things. Putting on max pressure. It's immediately going to put Bryan in a pretty awkward position with a pretty good hand. And then Steven immediately after. I mean, if he calls, most of his stack is in the middle. Can you jam over it and just flip for the chips, or?
Yeah, he definitely isn't going to be able to get any folds with this. At least that's going to be what he has to think. So I expect Bryan will get out of the way. The ace-10 just not quite strong enough, as attractive as it is. And Steven going to have to decide if this is the hill he chooses to fight on. And he does not.
One's good.
Very nice find there from Taylor, Alex Wilson.
Nice one, just in and out.
To get up to almost 60 million in chips, 48 big blinds, and again a little bit of separation now up at the top and our current chip leader here as we continue at the final table here, the final 6 of the Deepstack main event down at the Borgata Winter Poker Open in Atlantic City.
Yeah, it can become easy to convince yourself to pass on spots like that as your Taylor, you know. Not really the best hand, a pretty mediocre hand at best, but you know, as you're the chip leader and you see a flat from a player who's willing to get in there and play some hands, really a lot of room for attack, and he takes advantage of that.
Andrew with the suited 9-6 in the small blind. I expect he'll put some chips in here, and he does make the call. But Bryan with the monster here with the ace-queen in his big blind. Curious to see what sizing Bryan chooses to go with here, because I don't expect he'll give free cards.
Flavor water
I think he might just go for all of this.
No, it's an energy drink. But
Oh,
it's
that's
like,
cool.
I mean, none of them are healthy, but it's like relatively, and they taste good.
Yeah.
They're like 10 calories.
Even though the seltzer things are pretty
10 calories.
3.8.
That's good.
7 raises, 3.
I mean, they still have, you know,
He
200
chooses a non-all-in sizing.
Certainly perfectly fine. I'm not against that at all. I was wondering if being in a final table dynamic that he might choose to go for all of it there.
Certainly simplifies your decision making and makes it easier if you don't think your opponent is going to be limp jamming a lot of hands. Porter, someone capable of having those limp jams probably, especially with some maybe worse ace-x, so I like the non-all-in sizing.
And Andrew with enough connectivity with the suited connectors to make the call. Unfortunately for him, Joseph also folded a 9-6 on the button. And also, unfortunately for him, the flop comes ace high, and Bryan is now in a commanding position of this hand.
Yeah, out of position too. I don't see this going anywhere. Side's just a bet and a fold.
$2.4.
7 bets, 2.4. Five full.
Attention players and dealers and qualifiers. Completion is annual level. 300 small, 600 big, 600 big blind ante.
Blinds went up.
300, 600.
Got a 1 million small blind, 1.5 million big blind,
Just a reminder,
with
players,
the 1.5 million big blind ante, and that's going to put
200,000 is the
a lot of
cost
pressure on these short
your
stacks.
responsibility
Joe
to
rocking the 6 big blind stack,
dealers or any other player.
Porter and Steven 12 and 10 respectively. There's going to be small ins very, very quickly here.
Yep, we have a break at the end of this level, I believe. Playing 40-minute levels. I don't think we're going to get to break with 6 people.
Yeah, no.
I would be very, very surprised.
What do you think? End of break, or start of break, how many players we have left? 3, 4?
I would think 3 or 4 is a good number, but depending on how cards go, depending on what the immediate action could look like, it could be even fewer. There is
Yeah.
a chance that, again, we saw this the other night with big stacks clashing and what that can do to the table dynamics. If Alex and Bryan were to get into a big pot, and Alex were to get a commanding chip lead, someone like him, I think, would be able to potentially even close this out before the break. I hope not. I hope that we have some extra time here together. Not as a knock against Taylor, just for us to have some extra time here on the stream here down at the Borgata. But it's certainly doable.
Yeah, I think you're right. Even on the flip side, one double up for Joseph, and we could even have 5 left at the end of the break.
Here is Steven picking up a big pair facing the raise from Akash. The biggest pair that he could find. And what is he going to do?
Those look like raising chips.
He's going to put out a small 3-bet. Going into the hand, I believe he was just under 10 bigs, if I'm seeing this.
Yeah, a pretty small 3-bet, but looking at how much of his stack it is, it's essentially an all-in, I would say. Curious how Akash reads into this type of sizing. If he views this will mostly be used by premium holdings like this, or just a general size. Make it awkward for Akash to respond, with Steven having not much of his stack behind. Deep in the tank here. Lets it go.
And very likely, to his own benefit, gets away and does not put any more chips in the pot.
Yeah, I think that's a really good laydown.
Thank you.
We can see our current chip count. We did have a comment in the chat of what are the prizes. We can see the most recent eliminations being 38 and 31,000 for the 7th and 8th place finishes at the final table. The next pay jumps go to 49,800 and change, almost 67,000, about 99,000, 148,000 for third, about 219 for second, and first place gets 323,000, as well as what looks to be 2 trophies this evening.
And for reference, this is a $600 buy-in tournament, so these are some quite massive prizes. If you didn't catch the broadcast before, this tournament had over 4,000 entries, so certainly a massive field.
Across 3 day ones, 6 flights, a day flight and a night flight each day, a semi-turbo night flight until the final night, which was a 20-minute turbo flight, so that people could get bagged and come back to bed, or get to bed early and come back to day 2 on Saturday.
Walk for this.
We played through day 2 Saturday down to 23.
It can't be worse.
And the beginning of
No way
the play
Yeah,
today
aces there.
occurred off stream earlier,
I'll get your number
followed by
somehow.
a dinner break heading into the final table here where we had our last 8.
Yeah, 3 deuce a little out of
Who the fuck is this?
Based on the table talk, it sounded like Akash took a peek at his ace-queen off in the big blind that it folded to him with.
A suited ace here for Joseph. I expect we'll see most or all of these chips going.
It's coming.
Something's coming.
I think we heard this right before we had a little break in the stream, but he put the glasses on before going all in, and he chooses to do so again. Good luck to Joe and the Joe fans in the chat. He's going to need it. Akash picking up pocket 9s in the small blind. Can't see him going anywhere.
It should be just over
9-3. 9-4. Cheated myself.
9.4.
Kind of looks like Akash wants to let this go.
Yeah. That is not displaying the kind of confidence I kind of expected to see from him in this hand. He is going to make the call. And Alex here is going to very, very quickly get out of the way with his 4 deuce and his big blind. So Joseph all in and called with the ace of hearts and the 7 of hearts. Akash called with the pocket 9s. Neither of them being the heart. Joseph going to need a little bit of help here.
Good luck.
A combination of aces, 7s, hearts, some other straight opportunities out there for him. But going in about a 36% underdog to stay alive here.
Wow, it's a sweat.
2 hearts.
That's actually a pretty decent. That's a good flop.
That's a fun flop for us here. The set for Akash, the flush draw, and the straight draw for Joseph. So you can see the 9 outs still needed for him here. The 5 of clubs is not going to do it for...
Hey, good game.
Good game, man. You played well.
He's not going to do it for
I'm going to help
Joseph.
him out, okay?
Good game to Joseph.
Joseph Comisi picks up $49,830 for his
Good game,
6th place finish here in the $600 Deep Stack main event at the Borgata in Atlantic City. Very well played, Joe.
I'm glad you didn't.
Yeah, certainly not much he could do towards the end of that there, operating off of the short stack. Every decision's going to be all in or fold. He seemed to have made the right ones.
Played with him for a while.
Came in as a short stack in the final table in general, too, so happy to see him get some ladders, get 6th place for just under 50,000. Certainly a great payday for a $600 buy-in tournament.
Played tight forever, so good play. Good time. Crazy flop though.
Yeah, that's such a. I mean, you guys are getting it in.
You like flop a set, and it's like I'm
we're
actually in
getting,
worse
we might be
shape.
getting it in.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah.
It's like I flopped
me
a
and
set,
you
and I'm in
getting it
worse
in.
shape than I
maybe,
thought
yeah.
it would be.
I mean, the hard draw maybe not, but
That feeling when you go set, you
if the
still
person
feel
with the
like,
combo
oh,
takes an aggressive out with it.
Right. Exactly.
And then there were 5.
Table reminiscing on the craziness of that bust-out hand. Certainly would have gotten all in on the flop if it wasn't pre. Yeah, 5 remaining.
Now both Andrew and Steven getting short themselves off of right around 12 bigs each. Both of them between 18 and 19 million. Steven 200,000 chips ahead of Andrew. We see an open from Bryan here with the 9-8. And we actually look like we have some other hands that might be coming along here. I wouldn't be surprised to see Akash call and then a raise from Taylor. But we'll see.
Yeah, based on the play so far at the final table, I think a call from Akash and a raise from Taylor seems quite fitting. Keep in mind, payout jumps are starting to get pretty big here. Each player now locked up about $67,000. But 4th place taking home almost $99,000, so about a 33K pay jump. Serious money.
All players in the main event.
Certainly a lot of money for players like Akash and Bryan with their chip stacks to play passive and let Steven or Andrew get knocked out first, and it seems to be the route that Akash is taking.
Akash laying down the ace-10 on his button.
Yeah, not super comfortable. Can't blame him too much, honestly.
Call.
And just a call from Taylor in the small blind with his king-queen. And we're 0 for 2 on that one.
Yeah, we thought we had it read like a book there, but not at all.
Not even close. Andrew gets out of the way from his big blind.
You play PLO with Park.
So we'll have 2 to the flop here.
no limit. Mostly.
Okay. I think I've probably played with you in the past. I don't go too often anymore, but
Yeah, you used to go.
I mean, I used to play more. I mean,
The ace-6-2 on the flop here doesn't help anyone, doesn't improve anyone. Everybody picks up some backdoor options. We'll see how Bryan chooses to attack this.
2.7.
That changes things a little bit.
The results were.
Oh,
Yeah, position
Resource World
seemingly the
got their
driving factor of this hand, and
But
it looks like
when
that's
they
going to
open
let...
the poker room,
Oh, I thought Taylor already had his cards in his hand. He's going to mull it over a little bit, especially with that queen of spades, doing some work.
Park's great already. Yeah. You got like 10, 11, 2 5s going, 10 10s. I mean,
Yeah.
it's great.
I don't know if we should be talking about Park.
What?
Borgata stream.
Oh, well, I mean, at some point it's not going to be doing so well. So. I was disappointed they didn't split the place in Yonkers. Then I could have plugged the Yonkers MGM. That would have been the closest one to me. But they're going to be #1 for tournaments here still.
Is that a 20 stack? Yeah.
Now it is.
Taylor
Yeah,
does
it's actually
fold. Bryan scoops
too
the
much.
pot and chips up to
Thanks for
a
pointing
little
that
over
out.
46 million, it looks to be. And brings him very, very close
got
to
a bonus
Taylor
check.
again. It has bridged the gap one more time up here at the top of our chip count.
19.
You could see the pain on Taylor's face when he had to fold
Yeah,
that
what,
there.
15?
He certainly didn't want to, but does let it go.
Chooses to take a stand in a different hand with a different spot.
The blinds when we come back. 20 seconds.
Did you have ace queen last time?
That hand? 30 minutes. Find out.
We'll know.
Well, once again, players, welcome
bit.
back from
You'll
your dinner
see.
break. Thank you so much for playing with us in our Winter Poker Open Championship main event. Dealers,
I'm
shut
all
up
in.
and deal 5, 1, and 1.
Steven all in with the pocket nines. 18 million in chips. So again, just over 12 big blinds. Does not look like he will have any action. Pick up a pot, bring him up to about 23
That was
million.
good, dealer.
Nice pickup for Steven there.
As you can see, Andrew now under 10 bigs on 9.8. Right again, kind of at that point where we've seen a lot of players so far throughout the evening, where there is pretty much just going to be a collision at some point soon. There's 5 people left. He's putting in 4 million every 5 hands. He's going to have to find and pick a spot soon.
Yeah.
A collision is pretty much inevitable.
It is pretty notable, this level being a level where the small blind is not necessarily half the big blind, so players will be putting in more chips than potentially they are used to at a normal level or a different level.
Akash opens the ace-2.
I'm 38 something.
Yeah, Andrew picking up a hand that, regardless of what Taylor does, he's going to end up all in.
We're going to see those 9.8. We're going to see that collision, those 9.8 big blinds going in right here from Andrew. He also might leave 1 chip behind. We've seen him do that, I believe, in previous streams, leave 1 or 2 chips behind, just in case something completely crazy happens after him. But we'll be seeing all 14.7 million of Andrew's chips in the pot here. Okay, we can see behind, looks to be a little over 3 million behind, but basically the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
What's the race?
11.5.
I'm not gonna waste our time. Okay, let's go.
Thank you, sir.
Akash mutters to himself and finds the fold.
I have to, but I can hold it for 20 minutes.
You can.
For 20, yeah.
We're all in the same kind of boat.
I gotta slow down a little bit on the energy drink. But I can get there.
Yeah. Got to adjust.
Yeah. Just the intake.
Table uniting on the fact that they're drinking too many liquids before the break. Don't worry, boys. Only 20 minutes.
Andrew picking up ace-queen yet again.
It's like I thought I had a big one and you brought a jug.
Taylor with a 7-6, bringing out some raising
Right now?
chips. This should make Andrew's decision
a
very
fill,
easy
I'll
again.
tell
I
you.
think we'll see. I wouldn't be surprised to see the
Official
same
counter
kind of sizing where he's going to leave that 3.2, 3.7 behind again,
no, he's-
just in case something crazy were to happen.
And
I don't think he's going to have any other
just
anything else here except just put those chips in and
almost every 5 minutes.
see how it goes.
I assume we'll see the exact same. Just pick up all the gold chips, leave the white ones behind.
13 million? 13?
Announcing most of his chips.
That's 12 more than I wanted to call.
13.5.
13 million.
13.
You're good.
Quick action, and another very, very big pot for Andrew. You can see just 2 hands. He's now up to almost 30 million. And went from being our short stack and right in that real danger zone to now 1 double from a significant chip lead.
Yeah, and that's in part to what I mentioned earlier, the specific level, having the 1 million small blind, 1.5 million big blind. There's a lot of chips out there to fight for. More than normal, especially for 5-handed.
And look at this. Nice little heater. Nice little run for him. Andrew Porter picking up the queen. Now he's actually got some playing ability here, or play ability with his stacks. He's on just under 20 big blinds.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
And apparently asleep at the table.
I was gonna let you know the soul read's tough when I haven't looked.
Come on, Porter, wake up.
Akash with a hand. We saw him fold the ace-10 offsuit on the button.
The small blind's like in front of you.
Ace-10 suited in the small blind. We'll see how he chooses to play this one. Was it Akash earlier with an ace-10 suited in the small blind? Where we had I believe it was the spades.
Yes, I believe he flatted from the small blind there. And I think he was also the person who had ace-10 offsuit on the button in which he folded.
8.5.
Comes in for the 3-bet here. And we were kind of talking about that before. It might have been it might have been clubs as well. In the last situation, the flat there, he had enough playability in the stacks and enough of a re-rip behind that it's not a guaranteed all-in, it's not a guaranteed call. And if this goes how I expect, Andrew's going to go all in. I don't know that Akash really can call this. And he kind of lost a little bit of value, in my opinion, not being able to see a flop with a suited Broadway ace. If this goes the way that I would think that it might.
Mm-hmm. Certainly feels that way. You know, ace-10 suited is a very strong hand pre-flop, but facing a 4-bet jam versus somebody who was originally opening into the chip leader with, you know, shorter stacks around, it's going to be a relatively tight range, and ace-10 suited isn't going to be too happy to face it, so. Looks like Andrew finds the all-in, and Akash immediately thinking, why didn't I just flat? Finds the fold.
And look at that, up over 40 million for Andrew Porter. From 9.8 big blinds to now third in chips, but within 2 big blinds of the chip lead.
Yeah, what was this, like 5 hands ago he had 9 bigs?
Yeah.
Like,
Not even. He had the ace queen, and then the queens. 3 hands.
unreal.
And you can see here the stacks right next to each other. Andrew up to 27 big blinds, almost tripled his stack in 3 hands.
Like 35 now, 32.
I don't know.
35 now, probably.
37, 38.
Looks like we have a sister of Bryan here in the chat saying best of luck to my big brother Bryan. Love you, bro. Shout out Bryan. His fans are in the room. Doug, this is being played at the Borgata in Atlantic City, the event center specifically.
Yeah, up on the opposite side of the casino, upstairs in the event center is where all of the Winter Poker Open has taken place. The Fall Poker Open was split over by the conference center and the poker room downstairs. The Winter Poker Open has been entirely up here in the event center. We have Andrew facing a raise blind versus blind with an ace-7. We've seen a lot of aggression out of Taylor. I wouldn't be surprised if people are getting information that they've seen that we've seen some aggression out of him without premium hands. Taylor has not been picking up a huge amount of premium hands and has still managed to chip up throughout the day. See how Andrew chooses to play this, very likely knowing that Alex is very capable of showing up with just about any 2 cards in front of him.
Certainly in a distribution like this. Andrew finding the raise of some type to 8 million. Doesn't need to go too big, being in position and also likely facing quite a wide array of hands that Taylor would be doing this with from the small blind, where, you know, just for 4.8 million more can generate a lot of folds. We'll see how Taylor wants to take this, though. If he wants to bring it to the streets or come over top. Taylor deep in the tank.
I think it's supposed to be 8.1.
What is his raise?
4.8.
4.8.
Yeah, 8.1.
No, you do. No need to be done because you will 1.5.
Oh, I apologize. I misread the sizings earlier. I thought it was a 3.2 raise.
No, he's right. It has to be
8.1.
So what
I
they're
made it
discussing
3.3
now,
more. He has to make it 3.
Yeah, 8. Yeah.
Andrew min-raised with his 3-bet here and was 1 white chip short of the required amount. That was the discussion. So the next raise needs to be at least the prior bet size or larger. So it needed to go the additional 1.5 to 4.8 is 3.3. He needed to go 3.3 more than the 4.8 million that Taylor made it, which is why we just had that one extra 100,000 get put into the pot.
This feels wrong.
Taylor definitely gets away from a hand that you might see some people getting crazy with.
Very wrong.
Yeah, a hand like that potentially sliding into the 4-bet category, but maybe you prefer hands of another class, potentially suited, something that could play well if you get called, have to go a post flop.
Yep. And Andrew Porter now in the chip lead, up over 45 million chips here. 30 big blinds from 9.8, no more than an orbit ago. I think it was exactly 5 hands ago. Now into the chip lead.
Pretty wild how quickly things can change, and I think that's just some sentiment to the rest of this final table as well, you know.
Steven is all in here with the ace-9 off for, again, about 12 big blinds.
Bryan with a hand in the big blind.
See if this is... We'll see how he chooses to approach this. I think he'll get away from this pretty quickly, but a suited ace, short stack, ripping. I can understand how he might think he's ahead a lot of the time. I just think that
it's about...
it's not going to be enough to want to make the call,
yeah.
especially considering that it would then put him down either the shortest or second... I believe it would make him the shortest stack should he call and lose. And he does make the fold.
Yeah, certainly a
Oh, we got
good
a
hand,
purple
and
chip. There
certainly
we go.
a hand you don't want to snap fold, but give it some consideration.
Make sure that the numbers are right, the count is right, that it's not a much smaller raise than you think.
Yeah, that 4 can
Guess we'll
sneaky look
find out,
like an
huh?
ace if you look at it for a quick glance.
I've made that mistake many times.
The bad
Oh,
fold.
me too, my friend. Looks like Craig's coming into the chat after the Eagles blew it. We got to cheer you up. We can try our best. Unfortunately, we also have, or had, the game on in the back as well, and an
need to cheer ourselves up.
Yeah, we need this to cheer ourselves up, so we're going to pass that duty right on to the chat as well.
Akash with the suited ace-8 of clubs is going to, looks like he comes in for an open to 3 million. And Akash off of, I believe, 16 bigs coming into this.
23, 22.5. I mean, might be a little more.
Andrew with the 10-9 suited, making the call on the button. Bryan now with the Jack-10 suited, also of clubs, in the small blind.
Yeah, curious how he's going to proceed here.
He's going to get out of the way. Doesn't want to take on the chip leader out of position here.
Yeah, I think that's pretty fair, especially being out of position with 2 players in the pot. It's very likely you're not going to be able to realize all of the strength that your hand has.
And Steven here going to see a flop with the 4 deuce. We are going to go 3-way to the flop. And a lot of this has to do with just the size and how quickly these blinds are coming around. And this is going to be a very, very interesting one. I don't think we're going to do... I think we're going to get a lot of chips in here. I don't think we're going to have 3 people for very long. But Akash with top pair, top kicker on an 8-6-3 board. Andrew with a 10-9 of diamonds has 2 overs, a gut shot straight draw, and the 10-high flush draw.
Yeah, just all the outs in the world for Porter right now, despite
5.5.
only having 10 high.
You can see the percentages on the side there. Andrew is 63% to win 3-way.
And a relatively big size chosen by Akash makes sense. He needs to make sure that his pair of 8s has protection here. Puts Andrew Porter in a bit of an awkward position here. If he wants to just call or kind of come over the top and put it all in.
Wouldn't be surprised to see him I would be surprised to see him not go all in here. But we'll see how he chooses to play this. Looks like he's just putting in the call. I'm a little surprised to not see him try to run the equity on that one.
Yeah, I mean, if he thinks that Akash is mostly doing this with a hand that is at least a pair and is probably not going to fold to a jam, then, you know, I understand the merit of just wanting to play in position, see some more cards later. But yeah, certainly tempting just to run your equity at that point. You have so many outs. Facing a turn barrel isn't the most comfortable of options. We'll see if Akash can find it.
Less than pot behind. 15.5 million or so behind, with 22.5 in the pot here.
It's not unlikely that Andrew would play a hand like 9s, 10s,
All in.
even some of these 6s, 4s hands like this, but that doesn't scare Akash.
Akash is going to commit the last 15.5 million.
It's like he knew my hand. Doesn't even care if I have a set.
Andrew, gonna lay that down.
Kind of alluding to a lot of those thoughts. Seems like he knew my hand. That type of bet puts that...
I don't care if you have a set.
You know what you tell him? If you got it, you got it.
Yeah, you got it, you got it. I was joking. Like if I had a set. I don't have a set. Yeah.
I think he's calling.
But you have, maybe you have one.
Can I not have one? Like,
You could.
Not have a set?
You can. I wasn't criticizing you.
Yeah, no, I get it.
I was just.
No, I didn't have a set.
Yeah. Yeah, I figured.
He wanted to play a 3 straight hand.
Yeah, I don't think set would do that.
Turn equity.
No, it's flop everything.
Oh, you might have turned a gutter. Turn.
Turn on it. Played it perfect. Nice hand.
Here's some post-hand discussion there.
Andrew thinking that it was the overpair. I think if he's, I mean, obviously we can see the exact hand, so that gives us the benefit there.
But I can wait 3 minutes.
Him thinking that Akash is on the overpair makes a lot of sense for him not then wanting to run that same equity.
Maybe your 10 and 9 are no longer good as outs. Kind of relying on a diamond or hitting that gut shot. I wonder what Porter Andrew would do if he saw the cards face up. If he sees that he's up against the 8 there.
If he sees that he's up against the 8 and he sees that he got 63% equity and covers them,
Sorry, I mean on the turn.
Yeah. Oh, fair enough.
On the flop, yeah. Probably runs it.
Looking over at the chat here, I do see an unnecessary shot taken at the commentators by one gentleman. And if I'm not mistaken, you had the ability to be on this table today.
Every one of
I
these
think that's right.
You were in this tournament all the way up to, you made day 3.
4 minutes left.
And you didn't make the final table. And now you're taking it out on me
So good.
and my friend David.
What's the line in this one?
He took it out on me earlier. He was after the alerts
Yeah.
that we were going to be commentating.
like
He
too
was
much.
trying to
Yeah.
get you to talk some trash on me while I was commentating. So no, I was ready to return the favor once you reached the final table, but you never made it.
Got it on the 5.
What happened?
How much times that say? 3 and
Sometimes
three
they
and
have
change?
kings.
Yeah, 3 and change, yeah.
Sometimes. It's all right. I'll get you back in the online streets.
He was
taking
also
a
at
break
the
here?
table with Andrew
Yep.
and me at the beginning of the day yesterday.
Oh, really? That must have been a fun time.
We had a good time.
Michael Bommerwald in the chat too, another guest who has popped into the booth earlier at this tournament series. A natural on the mic.
We are going to see a blind
haven't
versus
called
blind
yet.
flop here.
Me neither.
And a very interesting part of the table dynamic with Akash having picked up that hand is we now have 4 almost identical stacks at the top here. It's
Yeah,
to be
wow.
about 3 and change, just under 4 big blinds.
Look at this flop though. I mean, Akash flopping the straight
wow.
and Taylor flopping the second nut flush draw.
And a gut shot.
I think this is similarly another one of those hands where we could just get it all in on the flop.
At this point in the tournament, I would be surprised. We get just the call from Taylor. The 6 pick giving him what he would believe to be more outs. So we'll almost assuredly see Taylor continuing this in some manner. Akash still with the second best hand possible with the straight.
Yeah, I'm curious if Akash makes it, 8 million, something like that. Does Taylor continue? I would have to imagine it's likely, given that he has position, but even then, not super comfortable. And I think I heard 3.5. So for that sizing, Taylor never going away from this hand. Potentially giving him some rope to even come over top and raise.
Picking up what he would think to be extra outs in many cases here. It's not again, not uncommon to see someone picking up equity here, making the raise in the turn because you can fold out better hands. Obviously, that will not happen. Akash will not be folding here. But at on a final table dynamic, I'm curious if you'll look to try and take this spot in a relatively shallow final table.
Yeah, maybe reading into this downsizing as potential weakness.
In a limped pot, though, Akash could very easily, very, very easily interact well with this board. And obviously we can see that he has. So I would not be surprised in this exact instance to see him make a call and have it be just the call. I've been wrong many, many times, though.
I think we're going to see the raise. That's my guess. Instantly proven wrong. I tried, guys. Four of Hearts, a pretty big brick. I think sizing around the 10 million to 15 million mark makes sense.
9.5.
Just shy of that. We'll call that. We'll call that good enough.
I need my participation trophy with my guesses. Taylor not letting go immediately.
All in.
Wow.
He goes all in. What?
Can't fold
Did you see? I mean, he can't. He says he can't fold. You saw the shock on Akash's face right there. He knew that he couldn't fold, but he was not happy. He knows he's never folding. He was not happy seeing that real quick. And then he became very happy when the cards turned over.
Yeah, especially a
you
player
can't
capable like
I
Taylor.
mean, Queen 10, but I can't fold it.
Yep. And Akash now into a very significant chip lead,
Thank you.
just shy of 80 million in chips. Taylor will be coming back from the break that we're about to go on with 1 million in front of him.
Wow.
It will be less than one big blind. We're going to be coming back to 1 million small blind, 2 million big blind, the 2 million big blind ante.
Some massive fireworks to finish it off here, right before the break. I was going to say that relatively smaller turn size and then the about 2/3 pot river. I wonder if Taylor was reading into that at all, being a little curious about what type of hands would want to do that with, go smaller then go big. A lot of hands that are for value might want to size up earlier.
It's the only way I win.
Yeah.
Almost did too.
Going back to the hand in his head here, and very unfortunate for Taylor there.
Players in the qualifier.
And we can see our payouts as we're heading to the break here. We are going to be stepping away from the final table of the Deepstack main event down here at the Winter Poker Open at the Borgata in Atlantic City. We'll be back in about 15 minutes to continue the coverage.
Legendary. It's seeing your third Vegas sunrise in a row. Proving you're right, or giving it to your friend who's always wrong. Meeting your hero?
What's up, fellas?
Legendary. Or meeting someone else's hero. Hitting a jackpot from your subway seat. Or how about this? Front row seats. A story you'll tell for the rest of your lives. Or a secret spot that you'll tell everyone about tomorrow. Whatever makes it legendary for you, it can all happen here. BetMGM. Make it legendary. Legendary. It's seeing your third Vegas sunrise in a row. Proving you're right, or giving it to your friend who's always wrong. Meeting your hero?
What's up, fellas?
Legendary. Or meeting someone else's hero. Hitting a jackpot from your subway seat. Or how about this? Front row seats. A story you'll tell for the rest of your lives. Or a secret spot that you'll tell everyone about tomorrow. Whatever makes it legendary for you, it can all happen here. BetMGM. Make it legendary. Legendary. It's seeing your third Vegas sunrise in a row. Proving you're right, or giving it to your friend who's always wrong. Meeting your hero?
What's up, fellas?
Legendary. Or meeting someone else's hero. Hitting a jackpot from your subway seat. Or how about this? Front row seats. A story you'll tell for the rest of your lives. Or a secret spot that you'll tell everyone about tomorrow. Whatever makes it legendary for you, it can all happen here. BetMGM. Make it legendary.
Hello and welcome back to the final table of the Deepstack main event at the 2026 Borgata Winter Poker Open here at the Borgata in Atlantic City, New Jersey. I am Matt McNeil, play on BetMGM as the Blacksmith. Many people will also know me as the Whitesmith, joined in the booth with Two Flame David Kinane to bring us to what will likely be a conclusion. I cannot imagine we'll get to the next break here, as we have our final 5 contestants in this Deepstack main event. playing for a prize pool, first place of 323,000 and change. Just before the break, our chip leader going into the day, Taylor Alex Wilson, lost a massive hand to our new chip leader, Akash Hotwani, and has been left with
I guess 4
about
is 2.
two big blinds, 4 million in chips. Coming out of the break, we're going to be going to
I like his
1 million small blind, 2 million big blind, and big blind ante.
Pairs don't
So
count,
Taylor
come on.
basically has to get to his big blind. I think he's going into the small blind now. That last hand before the break was blind versus blind. I believe he was the
Oh,
big
yeah,
blind.
yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I think so too.
Sorry about that.
And what a massive hand before break. I highly suggest anyone who missed that go back and watch it real quick. It was certainly a doozy.
Yeah, go ahead, take your time.
And all in on the river with some missed draws and blocking straight, which Akash actually did have. And we saw Akash's face go, oh crap, but at the same time knows that he's never folding.
Yeah.
Called and then obviously had good news awaiting with the cards turning over. But we'll continue here. Again, the last 5 players have locked up a minimum of $66,970, and this was a $600 buy-in tournament. So a very, very nice payday for all 5 of these. Again, playing for up to $323,000 and change, as well as 2 trophies, which we can kind of see on the edge of the screen, and will be much more visible as we wind down towards the finish here.
Yeah, pay jump's getting very real. We alluded to them before the break, but just as a refresher, the jump from 5th to 4th is about $32,000. The jump from 4th to 5th, or 4th to 3rd, is about $50,000. 3rd to 2nd, closer to 70. 2nd to 1st, over 100K pay jump.
I mean, in theory, we could have got it all in earlier. Didn't have to bluff it all at the end. I flopped a big hand too. Got her in diamonds. And then turned open under diamonds.
Taylor reflecting on the hand that played out before break. Forced to reflect on it, coming back with 2 big blinds and a dream.
We've seen crazier. We saw just the other night multiple times 2 or 3 big blinds being spun way, way up. It doesn't take a whole lot with this big blind ante structure. It just needs to get the hands very, very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, just as an example, we saw how quickly Andrew spun his stack back up. He was under 10 big blinds and then all of a sudden became a chip leader. No longer the case with Akash playing that massive hand before break.
Akash limping his king 3. Knowing that Taylor pretty much is close to any 2, having put some of his chips in.
Yeah, and potentially getting in a scenario where both the big blind and Akash can call. Potentially knock Taylor out together. But Taylor opts to just call.
And we do have a mystery hand, as we must have missed the sensor on the table here. And
3 checks, 5 checks.
we now see the king 5 for Taylor. Actually possible for him to scoop this. He doesn't know that, but it's possible for him to scoop this without pairing, which is not something that you would have expected in this spot.
It's possible.
With a king high, he has the tiniest decision to make here because he doesn't know it. He's ahead right now, but lays down the king high. And Akash picking up some more chips, up over 76 million. First place and a very significant chip lead with a very real shot at the top prize that we can see here, the $323,775.
I see Kevin in the chat here asking over break, does anyone know what the highest stakes Borgata cash games are offered? I don't know, Kevin, but I think my commentator here, Whitesmith, is willing to play you for $500,000 buy-in heads-up match. I think that's what I heard him say over break. Was that right, Whitesmith?
That is most certainly not It's most certainly not the case.
Ah, dang.
Steven rips his 11 bigs with his pocket queens here. Akash with a king jack is not a terrible hand. He's
Can I have a count, please?
17.
Yeah, gonna
taking a moment to get the numbers.
definitely always helpful to get a count. I mean, if he had closer to maybe 14 million, 13 million, I would expect this to be more of a serious consideration, but for just about 9 big blinds, 8.5 big blinds, I think it's a little too much.
You have a lot of chips to double me up with.
And it looks like we have Bryan's mother making an appearance in the chat here, which is also really cool to see. Hello.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, it's a really fun experience. I've had a chance to talk to a number of the people who have come on the streams, just wandering through the halls here at the Borgata, both in the fall and so far here during the Winter Poker Open. And it is fun to hear people saying that, you know, family and friends back home getting a chance to tune in and catch them on streams. And I've also tried to make a point, this is not a comment about your family or your son, I've also tried to make a point, Barbara, to try and have some fun and needle the people when they're on the table here. But I tend to need to know them a little bit more, and I don't know your son. So you guys get spared some of the likely very poor jokes that I make occasionally when we know a few people. And best of luck to your son, and certainly seems to have been doing quite well for himself, as he is second in chips here
Man, this is a weird
with
spot to get
a little over 42 million in chips.
Yeah, he's been
Thank God.
navigating quite well with his
He
stack.
knows what's going on.
I mean,
he still goes with it. So
I mean, what am I going to do that? I'm
yeah,
limp with queens. I mean, my family will watch the video and they'll just beat me up when I got home because they won't understand it.
Looks like Bryan's dad as well. That's awesome to see. We'll see how picky Taylor chooses to get here. Having a king high and again 1 big blind. We'll see if he chooses to take this spot or not. In just a moment.
Push that out. It's big.
Yeah, it might get interesting if Akash decides to raise this hand, but which he does.
And Akash, with a commanding chip lead, can do anything that he wants right now, pretty much.
Taylor quickly
Taylor
flicks it in, it looks like.
Andrew with a real hand here.
Yeah, wow, and his stack might seem like a lot, 31 million, but relative to the big blind, it's only just over 15 bigs. I have a hard time seeing this not go in, with Akash opening as the chip leader, likely pretty wide.
He very much knows this too.
It's not super comfortable though. You know, Taylor already being all in. You want that chance at the pay jump.
As we've seen him do several times here, he does do the non-all-in size.
Yeah, I think it's really sharp for the reasons that you kind of alluded to. You know, save yourself if there's a lot of action behind, but also it makes it just a little bit more difficult to respond to. You know, you're facing a raise for just about your entire stack, but not really. How does that change your decision?
Yeah, and if people haven't seen that coming towards them, that can really throw them off, absolutely.
Taylor going to need a king at least to start.
And there is the king on the flop. Andrew drawing back to only one of the 2 remaining 9s.
No clubs to save him.
The deuce won't do it. Taylor does get a more than quadruple up there, up to 9 million in chips.
Yeah, that's huge.
And Andrew doesn't take a hit because he got the open from Akash, doesn't take a hit there, and obviously that 9 million would be a huge addition for him. But the stack size that we're dealing with, let him get away from that one cheaply.
Yeah, definitely.
We were just saying the other day, though, it doesn't take much to be able to potentially spin up a stack here.
Mm-hmm.
And Taylor now, the graphic just updated to 11 million. If Taylor gets one more double up, then we're right back in the point where he could be playing one pot for a chip lead, depending on who those chips went through.
Yeah, certainly so. A double would likely put him in the middle of the pack.
And I don't think that this is really what Bryan in an ideal world would want to see.
Yeah, no.
A hand that he has to raise, and he is going to raise. But he's facing the chip leader in the big blind. We've already seen Akash, basically as soon as he got the chip, start pushing out some aggression.
Yeah, I was curious if Bryan was going to navigate that spot by choosing potentially a jam instead of a raise.
Which we've seen recently in some other streams, where I believe we saw an ace-jack jam into aces or ace-king just the other day.
Mm-hmm. A suited hand for Akash, albeit not great cards, but certainly good enough to continue. Finds the bottom pair and backdoor flush draw, but out of position. We'll see if he can stand against a potential C-bet. If Bryan chooses to find it. Ace-high flop, probably pretty good for him. A lot of his opens containing an ace.
2.5.
2.5. I don't think that'll be enough.
Yeah, no, a relatively small bet.
Mm-hmm.
Akash also has the backdoor straight draw potentially working for him. 6 and an 8 peel off. I don't think this will be enough just yet.
Four on the turn doesn't bring in any new outs. Doesn't really change the dynamic. It does connect with a lot of what's down there, and defending a big blind certainly could feel like a good card for Akash.
Yeah, Bryan definitely having some worry about that. He's calling any straight draw type hand. It hits a pair. Any pair plus backdoor straight draw could potentially make 2 pair. Finds the check back.
Does slow him down. The 3 on the river. Also, again, something that we would think would interact with Akash's hands a lot more than it would with Bryan's.
Yeah, it feels like a lot of Akash's hands would want to bluff now, given this run out is probably pretty good for the big blind. But with his specific hand just having a 5, it's not really you really get called by worse. You're not really folding out much better. I think it probably plays more smoothly in this type of check and maybe call line.
It's probably good.
King high decides to take its showdown value and check back. Sees the bad news.
And this will bring our short stack Alex into the big blind, posting about a third of his stack between the big blind and the big blind ante. Over a third of his stack here. So getting right back down to that point where he's going to need something very, very soon, very quickly.
Yeah, likely calling a lot of hands out of the big blind here. Probably north of 30% if I had to guess, but who knows?
Bryan letting go of the pair of 2s. Steven on under 9 big blinds.
One raise, 4.5.
And Akash with a pair here in his small blind. I would not be surprised to see Akash apply pressure here. And that could also make Taylor want to fold hands that would be potentially on the edge. So we might just see Akash put in a stack of those purples.
Yeah, and relatively notable for Steven just to be opening this hand and not going all in.
There's the stack of purples. There's the all-in. And now Taylor can get away from this.
Yeah, and I guess this does put Steven in a pretty awkward position, but I can't imagine he folds this hand after opening it off of about less than 9 big blinds. Although these pay jumps are a lot, you know, a $600 buy-in facing a $30,000 pay jump, that's some serious cash. So I wouldn't blame him at all for finding the fold here, which he does.
And he does.
A lot of money to fight for. And despite folding, he still has roughly a 5 million chip lead on Taylor. Trying to squeeze past for that 1 pay jump. I imagine a lot of our crowd is tuning in from the New Jersey, Philadelphia region, but let us know where you're watching from. It was cool to hear that we got some people in Ottawa, at least one in New Zealand.
New Zealand, and certainly some from across the region.
I'm curious what kind of reach we got over here. Akash playing it simple with the all-in, gets the folds.
Couple more hands here for Taylor. Gets to kind of pick and choose. Has 1.5 big blinds, but gets some free poker. Gets a few hands to pick and choose before is going to be committed for the rest of his tournament life here.
Definitely gets to have his options, albeit not much, but a few.
Akash with another ace, and we know what's going to happen here.
Yeah, I think so, especially with the 6 million chip stack and some deeper stacks that want to outlast behind. I think a jam is pretty effective, which he finds.
3 fold, 5 fold, 7 fold.
And we all know that. Well, we all know this on this side. Akash is just loving every bit of this.
Oh yeah.
And you would not be surprised. He would probably be rooting for Taylor to double up, just to keep and try and whittle Andrew and Bryan down, and just kind of continue to build this expanding chip lead that he's gotten himself.
Certainly. I mean, he can essentially jam any 2 cards, and the rest of the field is forced to fold some pretty damn strong hands. So he's got all the leverage in the world, and he's looking to play, albeit picks up one of the weakest hands under the gun. Let's see what he decides to do.
We have some pop-ups in Santa Monica, Vegas, Long Island, Ohio, Hawaii, New Hampshire, all over the country. Great to have you guys tuning in.
I see the Poker.org live reporting desk from inside the event center. Hello, hello. Not too far.
Now Steven just gets hit by the blinds and is also now down into this very similar, very dangerous stack size. So he's now down to about 4.5 bigs. He's going to be posting the small blind here. So we'll be down pretty close to level with Alex. And Alex will be forced all in the next hand unless this is the one that he chooses to go with. Or excuse me, almost all in.
Essentially forced all in. I don't think there's many hands he would fold once he has 4 million of his 6 million chips in the middle. But we'll find out here. Got Willie in the chat saying he's rooting for Andrew. Sat with him at the table on Wednesday. Good to see. Happy you're polling for the friend of the booth.
Andrew, not even a second thought with the ace-9. That's what the power of these 3 and 4 big blind hands will do for you.
Yeah, I think a lot of people might look at that and be like, snap folding, really? But yeah.
Akash with a suited queen, probably going to be able to put Steven at risk here. It's not that much more, and he's very likely going to be multi-way all-in. I'm a little surprised he didn't go for that.
Yeah, it's a pretty interesting one, especially knowing that the big blind behind is likely going to be all in with any 2 cards.
Just about. We see Taylor taking a sec here, getting a little extra screen time before the decision here. And an 8 high is not a fun hand to go with, but he kind of has to, and he does. So we'll now have the 2 small stacks at the table colliding.
Yeah.
Steven's king 10 ahead. Andrew with the 8-6 and at risk. Or excuse me, Alex with the 8-6 and at risk, and picks up some extra outs.
That's a bad card. Just 7-6.
The turn ace river 5 does not improve Taylor's hands. He will be exiting today in 5th place.
Good game to Alex. 5th place will earn him just under $67,000. Turning his $600 buy-in into that.
And certainly not the highest score of his career. He has had some very impressive runs and some of the high roller some of the high roller events as well.
No doubt, he's someone who's really experienced and has been around the block and in the higher events as well. So fun to see him execute at this final table. Unfortunately, the biggest pot didn't work out too well for him, so we couldn't see more play from him. But certainly did well. Managed the chip lead quite aggressively in the beginning, which is always good.
That's Taylor Alex Wilson out in 5th for 66,970. We're down to our final 4, and with Steven getting that pot, that brings him back up to over 7 big blinds, which takes that previous dynamic just that little bit out of the way, where he's not at the nearly being forced all in. So it will still have a lot of pressure applied to Andrew and to Bryan. But not quite as tight of a range when the small stack is on 7 big blinds as opposed to 1.5 or 2.
But yeah, before.
Yes. Still some short stacks though.
Probably we would have flipped.
Especially
He got so
at this
short.
stage. Relative to the big blind, even Bryan, who's second in chips, is only rocking about 15 big blinds. Steven picking up a hand here.
I'm all in.
Steven all in for his last 7.25 bigs. Would not expect Bryan to make the call here. Should be just enough that he will be getting away from the Jack 9. Getting the math, making sure that the numbers are what you think they might be, and that it is enough that he is that he would need to likely fold here.
Yeah, I would imagine so.
And he does. Nice little pickup again for Steven here.
I feel like if I played more live poker, I would accidentally slow roll somebody doing something like
I
that.
might have wanted a little action there.
Doing a double check on the chip count. Being so bad at counting chips.
What that does do is it puts Steven pretty close to level with Andrew and Bryan. There's now only about 4 big blinds separating them entire, the 3 of them.
Yeah, the pressure is building.
Andrew with the hand on his button. He could very easily put chips in here. We might just see...
5 raises, 4 million.
Yep, we do see him do the min open here. Bryan in the small blind with the ace-king is pretty much just going to do one thing here, right? It's just going to go.
Yeah, about. Yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't have enough chips to really do much else than go all in. And it's not even really about his chip stack. It's more about the 2 shorter stacks that would be involved with the hand. Less than 9 big blinds and 8 big blinds, respectively. Andrew going to be pretty happy that he didn't jam this hand. Certainly a candidate that he could just go all in with, trying to take it down pre-flop, push anyone out. But did it that time, it would have been at risk and not in a good spot.
And a very, very big swing for Bryan right there. Having gone from pretty close to level with the other 2 stacks to now a good almost 10 big blind gap between Andrew and third. And
I was watching.
Oh, you were watching? Yeah, right.
I
Yeah.
told you. I don't even know. Like, I didn't watch it yet.
No, I'm
No,
saying
no,
like, you get excited, like you pumped up.
Oh.
You weren't excited? I'm like, okay, this guy's got a...
No emotion.
it's going to be a very interesting
Emilio
next
Chapin.
couple hands, next orbit or 2. Again, we are getting multiple stacks down in that 7 or 8 big blind range. So
He's talking about the
we've said this a
10-7.
number
Yeah,
of times,
the
but
big
there's
hand.
going to be some level of
He's asking if you,
collisions
like,
coming
jump on the
very,
table.
very soon.
You guys left for break.
I'm all in.
1 is all in.
I call.
Steven all in from his small blind with
Okay,
the
you're right
6-5.
ahead.
Snap
Oh,
called
okay,
by
we're live.
Akash, King Jack in the big blind. All in at risk. We can see 40% equity. So not the
We're
worst
super
spot he
live
could
at home.
possibly be in here.
I know they're criticizing me probably, but we're live.
No, we're not criticizing. I think it's
Come
actually
on, how about a 6?
a pretty decent hand class to go all in with. You're going to fold out infinitely better hands. You're going to have a lot of equity
We
when
got a
called.
6 one time. That's a sweat.
That's quite a lot of added outs right there with the 7 on the turn. Picks up an extra 8 outs. 3 on the
Good
river,
game,
not
guys.
enough for Steven.
Too many outs.
Too many outs.
Good
Akash
game.
is going to get another knockout
Good
here
luck,
at the
man.
final table. Steven Press out in 4th for $98,775. A heck of a run. Seemed to be enjoying himself. Seemed to be having a lot of fun out there.
Yes.
And some very, very well played poker to make a near 6-figure score down here at the Borgata in Atlantic City on a $600 buy-in.
Yeah, cool to see him navigate that, kind of work his way up into the 4th place finish. Definitely a well-earned score. Hope he's able to relax or even celebrate a little bit.
Okay. Yeah.
Now we're down to 3. Andrew Porter, as we can see, the short stack with just about 8.5 big blinds. Akash with a very commanding chip lead, just shy of 120 million in chips, and in a position looking at trying to take home 323,000 if he's able to continue to navigate this table and take down his 2 remaining opponents.
5 hold. You good?
Good right.
I was done.
Akash clearly wanting to open damn near any hand there on his button. Not really one to do it with, though.
Andrew with the 3 deuce.
Yeah, some pretty trash hands to continue. Can't really do
See it on
much.
stream. I usually don't look at walks. Wow, I had a pretty bad hand too.
The Doyle.
You know what?
Doyle in the big blind.
You missed the spot.
I missed it.
We all missed.
I was barely ahead.
What's that?
Barely ahead.
Barely. Wow, we all had
10x.
trash.
Players loosening up a little bit, it sounds like. You know, stakes are the highest at this point, but the stacks are relatively easy to navigate for Andrew and for Bryan.
And for Akash.
And for Akash, you know, having the chip lead, it's not too hard to play.
He can do pretty much what he wants. He gets to pick and choose how much aggression he's going to put out. If it's going to be all of it, or if he's going to be a little bit more selective.
Yeah.
As we've seen, Andrew putting nearly everything into the pot here. Akash with the queen 8 in the big blind. About 4 bigs to call here. And if he does make this call, he would have Andrew Porter's jack 8 dominated.
Yeah, pretty unfortunate hand to see if called. Expecting that your 2 cards are going to be live for the most part. But he finds
Hotwani does find the fold, though.
Yeah, some merit in not taking the flip immediately. Continuing to play with 2 shorter stacks where you're in such a favorable position where you can, you know, raise so many hands, take down so many pots pre-flop.
You have 10 behind? No, more than 12.
12-5. 13 then.
Yeah.
Bryan getting out of the way for Akash to pressure Andrew here.
Quick fold. I thought the 10-8 was suited for a second, and I thought that was going to be a bit of a closer decision. Offsuit.
Is that
Not
8
much
blue
of one.
chips you have?
And count 31 total.
31.
Or 33.
Thank you.
Yeah. It's 7.
31.
Seven.
Those are gone. Those
7.
are gone.
What's that?
Those are
Yeah,
gone.
those are
31.
gone. All right, 31.
Those are the pots.
Yeah, true. They're not mine anymore.
No, they're not yours.
Andrew with the 9s here.
All in.
Pretty,
One's all in.
Oh.
Akash all in with the 9-7. Applying the pressure.
Call.
2 calls the all in.
Bryan running away. So Andrew Porter in a fantastic spot to potentially double up with the pocket 9s against the 9-7 of Akash Hotwani. Going to the flop, he is at risk and ahead.
Yeah, this would be a huge one. Put his stack right around Bryan's.
No clubs on the flop. Some backdoor possibilities for Akash here. The turn doesn't bring any of those in. Andrew will find the double. And that will bring him back very, very close to Bryan's chip stack. We can see basically level, neck and neck, on right around 15 big blinds.
And the battle continues. Neck and neck, 16, 15 big blinds for Bryan and Andrew, respectively. Akash way out ahead with 55 big blinds, over 1 million chips in play.
2.5 minutes left. Players, please make way to your tables.
Those 2 mil were your chips.
Facts.
Bryan cracking a joke at Andrew after winning that hand.
It's good to see them still having fun at the table.
Yeah.
I did see in chat people mentioning being tired from long days of poker, and that certainly can come into play. And it's fun to see them still having fun after being at it for again, a long time yesterday. A restart earlier today, a break, and then coming back to this streamed final table.
Yeah, these guys got to be wiped.
Players in the Triple D tournament, you have less than 3 minutes on your break.
People
so
definitely
taking your
underrate
seats.
that physical aspect of poker, especially in these long, multiple days in a row of playing. You just get tired physically. You want to close your eyes. You don't want to have to pay attention to every single hand that's going on around you.
It's a lot of it's your posture at the table. The way you're sitting at the table isn't necessarily your normal posture. So you're actually using you're putting strain on muscles a little bit. It's not that it's not that it at any given time is massively grueling, but add that up over a 10-hour day, a 12-hour day, and that really, really adds up.
Yeah, you'll feel it for sure.
Start doing that a couple days in a row, and you kind of get just the sore walk through the casino going back to your room or going back to your car, and you can most certainly feel it.
Yeah, why am I sore from sitting down all day?
Mm-hmm. Bryan gets a rip through, picks up some chips, up to 35 mil.
You can see on the right side of your screen a sliver of one of the 2 trophies that the winner will be taking down. That little sliver visible being the BetMGM trophy. The other one being the Borgata trophy.
26 total.
Yeah, 26.
Yeah.
Both trophies will be displayed in the middle once we get down to heads up.
2 call.
Really show them what they're battling for.
And just a little bit of money.
Just a little.
3 chips.
We're going to see a post-flop hand here between the 2 short stacks.
No pair for either. Bryan picks up a gut shot. But with the limp, Andrew is going to take the aggressive line here. About 1 big blind.
I imagine that won't be enough to shed the gut shot just yet. The 10 also potentially being good as a pair if Andrew's going all in with a lot of his hands containing an ace to begin with. Bryan drills the 10.
2 checks.
Feels like in Bryan's shoes, given that Andrew would likely go all in with a lot of hands containing an ace, that there's potential to get value from worse hands, but he disagrees. Checks back. Now presumably very comfortable with his pair of 10s.
2 checks.
Andrew decides not to take a stab. A lot of the hands that Bryan would call on the flop, like a 6 or an 8 or a 10, likely not going anywhere to at least a medium-sized bet.
3 bets, 3.5.
And we do get the 3.5 bet and a very quick fold from Andrew Porter. And another chip up for Bryan, up to almost 40 million again.
Yeah, creating some of that separation that we alluded to earlier, that's going to force Andrew Porter to go all in very soon. Try to spin it back up.
You guys feeling cold?
What?
What you say?
I've been
guys-
calling.
Oh yeah, no, it's freeze. It's a tundra.
It's a tundra, what they say.
38 plus that.
2-fold.
Bryan picking up the jacks.
Call.
Akash with the 9-2, just going to check, see a flop.
Really like the limp from Bryan there. I think a lot of players might just try to raise that pre-flop. Keeps a lot of these hands that you have very dominated in.
2 million.
No pair for Akash. Does have some backdoor straight flush draws, but it is not going to be enough to want to stick around. And yet another pot here for Bryan as he continues to chip up and is now up into the 40s again, up over 21 big blinds.
You guys okay?
Yeah, I'm good. Thanks.
Akash with a suited 10-2, just going to call here.
Yeah, I was curious if he was going to go for the all-in there. I imagine a lot of the hands he contains would want to do just that. Keep putting the pressure on the small stacks. He opts to play post-flop, though.
Andrew picks up a pair of sixes. We have a king, jack, 6 rainbow board. Doesn't really give Akash a whole lot right now. We can see he's drawing to just the 3 10s. He has some backdoor options, but he is going to lead for this one big blind that we've been seeing a lot in these limped pots.
Yeah, and Andrew containing the backdoor flush draw as well. He's got nowhere to go just yet.
4 of hearts brings in a flush draw, but neither of the backdoor draws that our two gentlemen have. We'll go to the turn with Akash still only on the 10 high, Andrew with the pair of sixes.
I think it makes a lot of sense for Akash just to keep pedal to the metal here.
One check.
He does slow down with a check. We met by a check from Andrew as well. 8 of diamonds on the river. Doesn't change anything. Doesn't really have too many draws that would make sense to have come through and hit. The 5-7 feels like an unlikely continue for Andrew here. So
show me 8 deuce.
No, you're good. You're good.
small, a small but
one more bet.
very large chip compared relatively to his stack.
Yeah, of course. Once you see my hand.
Yeah, it's a huge one.
Yeah.
Sometimes I have a better hand.
Yeah.
What is it?
15, 25, 25.
It looks like our blinds are going up as well, so that's a huge time for Andrew to pick up that pot, because we are going up to what looks to be 1.5 million, 2,500 big blind, 2,500, or excuse me, 2.5 million big blind, 2.5 million big blind ante. So the cost of poker is going up. We're in another one of these levels where the small blind is more than half of the big blind.
4 5. 24 5.
There's going to be a lot of chips to win in the middle of each pot, despite there only being 3 players remaining.
2.5. You know what that means.
Next all-in's a big one.
I'm in trouble here.
Yeah, that's not your chip. Don't even think about it. You're entitled to 33% of those chips.
Bryan and Andrew.
But you also get 33% of these.
Right.
Sharing the thoughts that, yes, this next all-in is going to be huge.
And Akash gets out of the way with the 6 deuce. Down to blind versus blind with the 2 small stacks. Andrew with the jack 7. He's done quite a bit of limping from the small blind. We'll see how he chooses to approach this one, with the blinds having just gone up. He does make the call. And action goes to Bryan with a jack 4. Who wants to see the flop?
Yeah, maybe a hand a bit more connected, like jack 9, potentially jack 8. Happier to jam pre-flop, but this being one of the worst jacks that you'd likely play out of the small blind, I like the limp.
He picks up the pair of 7s and checks it. He does also have the backdoor. He has Andrew has the backdoor jack of spades for the spade straight flush draw. We have the 10-7-2, 10 and 7 of spades. So really a good flop for Andrew. He does check it to Bryan, who follows suit with a check of his own. And the 3 of diamonds doesn't really add a whole lot of scare, doesn't really add a whole lot of extra outs. There's obviously a few of the really, really low cards that you could potentially be looking at straights here, but I don't think the wheel aces are too often not going to have gotten this in off of 10 bigs.
Yeah, probably not. And Andrew with a 7 is feeling pretty confident. Bryan would likely bet a lot of his hands containing a 10 on the flop being in position. So he even sizes up a little bit, trying to get stacks in with that 7.
It's certainly good enough to take it down and bridge the gap between him and Bryan just a little bit here. Andrew up to, again, 12 big blinds. But again, with the small blind being more than the half, each orbit is going to come by and hit that much harder. So the 12 big blinds doesn't feel quite like 12 does in some other situations.
Certainly not, especially with the big blind ante. So much of their stack is going to be going in each orbit only being 3 hands as opposed to a full ring table. This kind of seems like good enough for Andrew.
Just see if he chooses a non-all-in size as has been customary.
How many chips?
36. 25.
Pretty awkward. 12 and a half big blinds. Into the chip leader, I'm probably more keen to jam this hand instead of making it 5 million. But either certainly an option. That's the decision Andrew is trying to reach now.
$20 million.
So as we've seen, he does the non-all-in raise that pretty much commits him to the pot.
And Akash, snap going all in with the king 10.
Andrew does make the call and is behind, facing a dominated better king with the 10 kicker of Akash Hotwani. We'll go to the flop. Andrew is all in and at risk here in the final 3 of the $600 Deepstack Championship down here at the Borgata Winter Poker Open. The 8 on the flop changes everything for Andrew here. He's now in front and looking at a potential double up. Needs to dodge a couple 10s. The 2 of clubs doesn't change anything, so it's 2 10s left in the deck. And the 9 of diamonds on the river. Andrew Porter doubles up through Akash Hotwani, and they are now pretty much even, almost dead even in chips.
Yeah, wow.
With 26 and 27 big blinds. Bryan Leskowski on 15, still with plenty to play with, but this just got a lot closer and a lot more interesting.
Yeah, that's not what Bryan wanted to see. Would have been so nice to get that
31
$70,000 pay jump.
That's right.
The battle's going to continue, and the stacks are going to remain close.
It'll be just a moment as they make sure they get the chip count correctly and the correct number moving over to Andrew.
25 and 5.
Yeah.
We saw Andrew not happy to make the call, but of course he was going to there. And he could not have been in a much worse spot, having the king dominated. A lot of the times when you're getting that snap rip, you've got 3 overs, and then you've got the king above like a pocket pair, 9s or 10s. Or he's up against an ace of some kind, in which case he's drawing to try and get ahead of the ace. In this case, he was down similar to a pair with only the 1 over. He was down to 3 outs. But the 8 on the flop, more than enough for him to double there.
Yeah, I thought that type of reaction was going to more so come from Akash in the big blind with king 10. I didn't expect him to rip it all in as quickly as he did. I thought he would take some time, mull it over, potentially even fold a hand like that. But
it was a pretty sizable. It's a pretty sizable rip there.
Yeah, I think it was just over 12 big blinds. So, you know, king 10 off, obviously a lot more comfortable if it's closer to something like 7 big blinds, but 12 was a decent amount.
I'd be more comfortable being the aggressor with the king 10 off instead of calling it off there.
Certainly so.
Now Bryan, as the short stack, looks down, or will look down, here he is, and seeing a very nice ace-jack offsuit for him. And now he gets to decide on some sizing and how he chooses to play this with his about 15 big blinds.
Obviously a hand that's never folding, but
all in.
Deciding if he wants to not all in or just ship it, which he does.
You have 70?
The all-in gets through. Some more chips going towards Bryan's end of the table.
Yeah, I think so.
And squeezes just a little bit closer here.
No talk of any deal yet.
60-ish.
Making our way down to
60.
3 players remaining.
Oh, they're talking.
Potential talks could pop up given how many
30,
buy-ins we are playing for in a tournament like this.
Yeah, there's 170 in play.
The only deal that I know of Andrew taking was when he had a little bit else going on in his life. I believe awaiting the birth of a child several years ago.
I think I recall hearing that story at some point as well.
I'm not going to be able to hit all of the proper details of the story, but I would be surprised to see Andrew looking to deal here. I don't think we're in looking at that kind of life event going on for him right now.
Yeah, I think it's safe to assume that as well.
We heard them saying earlier about they were talking about the kids a little bit earlier at the table, and I believe it was his first child was, it was near the birth of his first child, and ended up leading to him taking a deal, and I don't know if I've ever heard of another one from him.
Yeah, that sounds about right for the Andrew Porter that I know.
Akash taking in, a small pot, but every single pot here is going to have pretty big swings for the chip count that we see, because we are getting, again, relatively shallow. We're down to the final 3 here. And putting in 2.5 million in chips, excuse me, 6.5 million in chips every 3 hands. Every single pot is going to be big. Every single pot is going to cause a significant change in basically the layout, the chip layout.
There's nowhere to hide at this point. You got to be battling for the win here, or else you're just going to get blinded down.
And Akash will happily take a walk here and get himself back around the 74, 75 million chips. And 30 big blinds has to feel like piles.
Yeah. Commanding the chip lead, albeit not by much.
Akash with the queen 4. This is the kind of hand we'll see aggression out of a lot. He's just going to call it. You'll see a lot of times these offsuit 4s in the blind versus blind situations. A lot of times you'll see aggression with them because you're not blocking your opponent having a 2 or a 3, which is going to open up a lot more folds.
Can also fold out some better hands containing a queen.
Certainly can and will. In this case, it goes check to the flop, and Akash hits his pair of queens on the queen 9-2 flop. Also gives Andrew a gut shot straight draw. So depending on our sizing here, I don't expect Andrew to be going away for one big blind, which is what it looks like Akash put out.
And for one big blind, raise potentially being on Andrew's mind.
Just the call. He's on the turn, and Akash checks this. I don't think Akash is really worried about too many aces.
Yep.
Andrew will certainly check back some of the bottom aces, but I don't think he's checking back too many of the higher ones. And I don't think Akash will be folding to a huge amount of aggression here, but Andrew does come in with a bet.
I missed the sizing. 6.5 looks like.
6.5 is a pretty good bet here.
Yeah, Akash, like you said, probably not too worried of Andrew having an ace here. Likely hearing that pre-flop in some capacity. Although a lot of them would just call flop.
5 of spades on the river doesn't change where we're at. Akash does check to Andrew, and we'll see if he decides to continue with one more street.
And at this point, it kind of feels like Andrew probably knows where he is, facing a queen or a 9 somewhat often.
I think I heard 16.5, and this is a bet size that's going to make Akash stop and think. Because Akash could very easily have a lot of missed draws, and Andrew could be getting him off, potentially getting him to fold a better missed draw. We'll see what Akash chooses to do here.
Yeah, clubs come to mind as a potential missed draw, maybe some straight draws, but the jack and the 8 often blocking a lot of those hands that he might have. I think this bet would be able to get a 9 out of the pot fairly easily. A queen.
But we also
a different hand.
This actually might work because of the kicker call with Akash too.
I think I heard call.
He did call, and he is going to win.
That's a nice call. Not an easy one. Facing.
If it was going to work, it was going to be because he thought Andrew had a bigger queen, in my opinion. You mentioned that Andrew would continue with an ace, and he certainly could have had a weaker ace. But Akash does put the pieces together, makes the call, and moves back up over 100 million in chips here. 42 big blinds. Andrew Porter down to 29 million in chips, and 12 big blinds.
Yeah, a very nice call and a very, very pivotal pot. You can see this just chip distribution is about reminiscent of what we were looking at earlier, where the chip leader is quite separated, dealing with 2 short stacks. Akash is going to be able to put the pressure on again with.
And we are pretty much right back where we were in that same exact depth too, that 12 big blinds, where it's not all the way down to single digit big blinds. It's not all the way down to 6, 7, 8 big blinds. So it is enough of a sizable stack that Akash does need to be a little bit careful, but he can most certainly be as aggressive as he has been throughout the day.
I was curious if that was going to lean Akash into just jamming a hand like this. He decides to raise it up instead to 5.5 and gets it through.
That's the exact class of hands that you'll start to see jamming at that depth, regardless of the ICM circumstances, regardless of being at a final table playing for hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Yeah, there's just so many hands you can do that with at this point. Both short stacks, relatively handcuffed. Waiting for the other to get eliminated first. Make that pay jump.
We have a question in chat. Who and how do they choose the feature table on Tuesday in the main? I believe what we did in the fall was a new feature table each of the breaks. So at each break, they would bring a new table up. And it was just people on the floor as part of the team here at the Borgata that basically chose, I believe it was mainly recognizable local faces is what the target was. They wanted to find some of the, a table with big stack or 2 and recognizable faces both in the New Jersey and Pennsylvania, Philadelphia area player scene, as well as New York as well. I guess we're close stop for New York.
Yeah, that makes sense. Appeal to the eyes of the viewers. I believe another factor is, obviously recognizable faces to the local people, but also some of the bigger names that are playing tournaments like this and find their way in there. I know Darren Elias will be active in the
Andrew all in with an
events.
ace-5 here against Akash. Gets it through.
But yeah, certainly tune in to the main event live streams that'll be happening later this week. We'll be streaming the day 2, the day 3, and the day 4 final table. Plenty of coverage around that event,
28.
being the marquee event.
What's that?
28.
Okay. Thank you.
And as mentioned before, the last time that we had that event, we had Andrew Porter on the stream for commentary for day 2. I believe. Did he do commentary? He did commentary on the hybrid final table before the main.
Correct.
But then we had him on the final table of the stream of the main at the table.
Yes, that is correct. We claimed some of the commentary booth run good as a result of that stop. coming in beforehand.
I told him if he won that I wanted a piece of the physical trophy. Unfortunately, it did not go that way. We've had some conversation about the nostalgia of winning a Borgata trophy or winning one of the BetMGM trophies again, which we can see the edge of on the corner of the screen. And yeah, I just want a little bit of a piece of that nostalgia in my living room, and Andrew had a chance to do that before, has another chance to do that now.
Yeah, I think the booth run good credit extends to this final table. I think if he takes this down, you can...
Seems reasonable.
Ask him to saw off a sliver, a floor of the Borgata trophy.
Here's Andrew with Queen 10 on just over 10 big blinds. He announced raise.
Looks like the purples went in, if I saw correctly. Oh no.
Just a min raise. I believe he only had the one.
Okay.
Bryan with the same hand will lay that down out of position.
Akash giving this some thought, kind of showing how much he wants to battle.
That, and there's just so much in every pot. Akash has already put in 5 million in chips into this pot. So he is going to defend the 9-3 off here. We'll go to a flop. And a 3 on the flop for Akash. No pair for Andrew. Some backdoor options for both of them. We'll see how this goes. I think Akash checked very quickly, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I might have even missed that, yeah.
I think he did. Andrew with a hand that is often pretty happy to blast off on many runouts.
Akash coming in for the check raise.
Wow.
Which is going to work with the pair of threes.
That's kind of sick.
It's a really good hand to do it with, though.
Yeah, that's often a hand that you will see, you plug it into the computer, and the machine will tell you those types of bottom pair hands that have those, you know, straight draw, maybe flush draw, equity as well. They're pretty good check raises, although they're not very intuitive to find. That doesn't scare Akash away from finding it, so very smart play, very good play.
We have a request for the payouts. So the payouts are actually in the description of the video here that we're in. But just to recap, we are down to the final 3 here, so all 3 of these contestants have locked up $148,180. Second place is a pay jump to about $220,000, and first place is $323,000 and change, plus the 2 trophies that we've mentioned throughout the evening.
All in.
Bryan all in with a suited ace deuce. Akash with
Maybe
the king 10 we saw him before.
Yeah, if he called it so quickly earlier, I would have to imagine this goes in, but he is from the small blind. Big blind still to act behind.
And this is going to be under 10 bigs.
23.5.
23.5.
Lays it down this time.
He'll be happy to see he was against an ace.
Mm-hmm.
Not far behind, but a flip he would likely want to avoid.
Akash coming in here with the open again on his button. Will be enough to take it down.
Yeah, interesting to see him putting the pressure on through these smaller pre-flop opens and not necessarily just jamming it all in.
Alright, attention players in the Deepstack, your prize pool has been posted. Total prize pool at $46,620. We are paying 15 spots today. Main cash is $1,125. In first place,
Andrew with the 8-4 gets out of the way, and Bryan, we might be seeing the end of Bryan here. He gets a king-jack in the small blind, a very, very strong hand, three-handed. Is on under 10 big blinds, and we just see that Akash woke up in the big blind with a pair of queens.
Yeah, unfortunate to see. I think this is just going to go all in a snap call, and Bryan's going to need a king to save it.
All in.
There is the all-in. Akash in very quickly with the queens. Bryan all in and at risk with the king-jack off. The king of hearts, jack of spades against the queen of spades, queen of clubs for Akash Hotwani. Bryan needing a king, some hearts, or some straight cards to stay alive here in the Deepstack Championship at the Borgata Winter Poker Open. The flop is no help for Bryan. Down to running straight cards or king. 3 in the turn, no improvement. And the deuce on the river will eliminate Bryan in third place.
Good game to Bryan.
Nice playing.
Very, very well played.
Battled hard, navigated the short stack.
Taking home $148,180 for third place here on a $600 buy-in.
An amazing payday for a $600 tournament. It certainly stings a little bit coming up just short of first and second, but fought well, deserves every dollar in that. Well played.
An incredible performance for Bryan Leskowski. We are going to be on a very short break here as they're prepping a few things before we go to heads up. We'll see the trophies coming in. I believe we are on about a between 5 and 10. I believe it's just under 10-minute break from the players. We'll see a few people in the production team coming through and moving things in place ahead of this heads up battle. We will be back shortly with that action, and again, just under 10 minutes.
Legendary. It's seeing your third Vegas sunrise in a row. Proving you're right, or giving it to your friend who's always wrong. Meeting your hero?
What's up, fellas?
Legendary. Or meeting someone else's hero. Hitting a jackpot from your subway seat. Or how about this? Front row seats. A story you'll tell for the rest of your lives. Or a secret spot that you'll tell everyone about tomorrow. Whatever makes it legendary for you, it can all happen here. BetMGM. Make it legendary. Legendary. It's seeing your third Vegas sunrise in a row. Proving you're right, or giving it to your friend who's always wrong. Meeting your hero?
What's up, fellas?
Legendary. Or meeting someone else's hero. Hitting a jackpot from your subway seat. Or how about this? Front row seats. A story you'll tell for the rest of your lives. Or a secret spot that you'll tell everyone about tomorrow. Whatever makes it legendary for you, it can all happen here. BetMGM. Make it legendary.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to the final table of the Deepstack main event at the 2026 Borgata
9.5.
Winter Poker Open. We return to
No.
heads-up play
2, 4, 6,
between
8, yeah,
Andrew
9.5.
It's so
Porter
funny.
and Akash Hotwani,
Yeah,
with
7.
Akash sitting with a massive commanding chip
Take
lead
it.
at
That's
155
That is
million
go.
chips. Andrew with around 15 million. And we have 1.5 million small blind, 2.5 million big blind, and big blind antes. So Andrew very, very short as we head into this heads-up battle for $323,000. 2 trophies we should see behind just a sec. The very first hand, Akash has one of the ugliest hands in poker and does give Andrew a walk, not wanting to give him a cheap double. And you can see there the 2 trophies in the background. I am Matt McNeil, joined again with Two Flame David Kinane, as we
All in?
have an all-in from Andrew that does not look likely to be met
14.5.
by a call. I
Plus
don't
1.5.
expect with the
16.
7 high.
Yeah, I wouldn't say so, despite the price. Yeah, as you can see, Akash clearly having the large chip lead against Andrew to start this heads up. But I wouldn't count him out. Andrew has a decent amount of experience with heads up poker. He has played the 25K heads up tournament at the World Series of Poker over the summer. Certainly a format that he is pretty comfortable with.
Like 20,
16.
16.
Plus the blind. Please.
How much you start with first hand? Do you remember?
14.
14.
14.
All in.
All in and fold as Akash grabs those chips right back that Andrew won the previous hand.
All in?
Andrew with more than enough to put his chips in. He's met by a call from Akash with the suited Jack 5. Jack 9 of clubs ahead. We can see Andrew 67% chance to take down the pot here. And this would potentially get us to a point where, you know, I can start to feel a little bit of optimism for Andrew's chances. 9 on the flop, both of them pick up an open-end straight draw. The Queen 10-9, the 7 of spades in the turn does not make any change. 6 of diamonds on the river does not help Akash find that chop, so Andrew gets the double to up over 31 million in chips. And now he's actually starting to get to a point where that next double would be the one that really gets him back in the game.
Definitely. He's going to be playing off of about 10 big blinds after the big blind and big blind ante go in. But yeah, just one more and we have ourselves a real heads-up match.
You know, Akash certainly familiar and comfortable with playing heads up, certainly familiar and comfortable with playing live. I don't believe quite for the same stakes that we're looking at today, but he's got some tournaments. He's gotten heads up in several live tournaments. Looks like has at least 1 or 2 live wins heads up. So should be comfortable, should feel confident in his abilities here. He's going to limp his Jack 2 here. Andrew picking up a Queen Jack in his big blind. Off of just over 12 10 big blinds behind. Is going to go all in and get a very quick fold from Akash.
As you mentioned earlier, you can see the 2 trophies in the back there. The one on the right being the Borgata Hotel trophy that you couldn't see earlier when it was off the screen.
The one on the left, of course, the BetMGM. Andrew Porter picks up another big hand, the pair of 8s here. Akash with a 7 deuce in his big blind. Andrew again with
raise.
13 big blinds. Choosing a non-all-in raise here.
Yeah, that's really interesting. At a depth like this, I think a lot of the hands that you have are either going to want to limp or jam. Just sees enough value in being able to put in that min raise, take initiative in the pot, force them to make some uncomfortable calls, play out of position.
And Akash does make the call with the suited 7 deuce. We go to the flop of a king 5-4 rainbow. Doesn't really help Akash. He's got some backdoors, and we are going to see Andrew continue with the bet here. And Akash gets out of the way. And I certainly understand why he wanted to see the flop being suited there.
Oh yeah, you certainly cannot fold.
But it's like you mentioned, it's an interesting spot because Andrew's on only 13 big blinds and raising, and it's got to raise some level of alarms for Akash. Because he knows that Andrew's a very capable player. He knows that Andrew will be aggressive even when he's a little bit shorter stacked.
Purple decks in the main event.
Yeah.
But still, in this spot, heads up with that stack size. I still think it's going to have made him take pause and think that Andrew may have been as strong as he was.
Yeah, Akash definitely noticing how aggressive Andrew can be. He saw a few showdowns earlier in the final table. Specifically, bluff caught him with the queen 4 offsuit hand, I believe that was. So he knows he's up against a very capable opponent.
Akash continuing to limp here. He's got the 9-3 off. And Andrew will take the Jack-6 off to the flop himself. Queen 9-7 brings Akash a pair of 9s on the flop here. Andrew no pair and just some backdoor draws. He will check to Akash. He puts out, I believe that was 3 million. It looked like he grabbed 2. Yep, he grabbed 2 of the gold 500,000 chips. So it's just over a big. Andrew will make the call here.
I was curious if those were raising chips or not. Potentially a hand he could do it with. Some backdoor straights. Hold out some king high.
Check on the turn. The 7 on the turn. 10 on the river. Actions to Andrew here. We'll see what he chooses to do.
If Andrew employs a big size here, he can pretty credibly rep the 7.
I could also see him thinking that if he puts Akash on the 9, even just repping the 10 may have worked. Because you could be looking at betting a 10 for value there.
Definitely. He opts to shut down, live to fight another day.
And Akash takes in the pot. Andrew still with. We'll see if this graphic is going to be accurate before or after that pot. I believe that was before, but I'm not positive.
Richard in the chat asking, and where is up here? Like what floor?
We are in the event center at the Borgata in Atlantic City. So on the opposite side of the casino from the poker room, you end up going up an escalator and then into the large event hall. The stage is in the back left corner of the event hall, of the event center.
Yeah, the initial escalators are tucked into the back, but once you find those, it's pretty easy to find the rest of it.
It's pretty tough to miss the action from there. It's very well labeled
30-ish?
once you get upstairs, and it's pretty much right at the top of the escalator. Andrew with an ace-10 of diamonds here, and it does look like that was after the hand. So if Andrew's on the 33.5 million chips, as we see, he's going to be going into this hand. It looks like the blinds also just went up. So with a 1.5 million small blind, 3 million big blind, and big blind ante, Andrew having just over 11 big blinds going in here is going to raise again. And Akash with, again, another suited hand in his big blind, facing a min raise off of a small stack.
Yeah, once again has a suited hand, the suited queen performing a bit better.
The queen 3 of clubs will take a flop. King 7-3 doesn't hit anybody. As always, backdoors for somebody, and Andrew has a backdoor straight draw, Akash a backdoor flush draw. Andrew is going to continue his bet here. Puts out 1 big blind. And in the chat we have a question for the payouts. The payouts is in the description of the video, but just as a recap, the 2 men here have locked up a minimum of $219,160. First place being $323,775, and the 2 trophies in the background. 3 of spades on the turn gives Akash the bottom pair after having called the flop bet.
Andrew somehow getting value on the flop with his ace high. I mean, not somehow. Obviously, there are hands that can call, but unexpectedly having the best hand after getting called, but no longer on the turn.
2 chips.
Andrew checks back, the 2 of spades on the river, and now Akash, having peeled the flop, has the best hand.
One checks.
3.
2 chips.
Andrew hears the bad news.
You can see the wincing.
The frustration as his chips slide to the muck. Another pot goes over to Akash. And Andrew now down to just over 8 big blinds. And Akash up just shy of 150 million again in chips, which will be about 50 big blinds, just under.
Look at those glorious trophies.
Those are 2 very, very good looking trophies. They are crisp. We've mentioned many times on the stream that Borgata one just brings back so much of the nostalgia for so many people. And the MGM trophies, basically all of the trophies and swag and winners merchandise that you get have been awesome coming from them. And these trophies are certainly no exception to that. Andrew picking up a king-queen here in his big blind. Akash first to act. We've been seeing a lot of the limps, and we're going to get another limp from Akash here. Andrew off of 8 bigs is going to take a moment and then end up very likely putting the rest of his chips in.
$7.5.
2 raises. 7.5.
Chooses the non-all-in size. Puts in about a third of his stack here.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting. Trying to keep in some of the worst Queen X, King X hands that might not call a jam.
I wonder if he's picked up a little bit as well that in the couple times that he's done this, Akash has been calling. He just saw that Akash called
1 calls.
with a queen 3 of clubs. And Akash makes the call again here with the 9-7. There's now 18 million in the pot. Andrew with only 14 behind. Ace 4-4. Andrew with the backdoor diamonds. No pair for anybody.
Two checks.
The flop goes check, check. believe I saw. Oh, I'm sorry. 2 checks. The Andrew checked. We do have a bet of 1 big blind from Akash here.
2 calls.
Andrew is going to make the call. Eight of hearts does not bring any new outs for Akash. No change to the current structure. And Andrew checks it over to him again.
$4.5.
1 bets.
Akash with 1.5 bigs into this. And Andrew having to decide, does he really think that Akash wouldn't go pre with an ace? Or would he have a 4 here? Because he's beating just about anything else. And Andrew's just calling, leaving himself 2 bigs behind. And the 4 on the river
2 checks.
again makes no difference. Akash deciding if Andrew will actually fold for 2 bigs here. We'll see what he chooses to do.
Yeah, on a run out like this, especially a river that doesn't change much, I think Akash knows that he's going to get snapped by most things that Porter arrives here with.
I think you were calling, right?
And we hear him
Maybe
asking,
not.
we hear Andrew nod, and I don't
Never know.
I don't think that Andrew's going to give him a 4.
Yeah.
And I don't think that he's going to give him an ace there. So then he pretty much just wins.
I mean, for that price on the river specifically, he would need, like, Akash to only be bluffing 5% of the time, 10% of the time, probably less. So, yeah, not surprised to hear Andrew say that he would call a bet, and I think he would.
And a very big pickup there. That was a near double for Andrew Porter, up to almost 40 million again.
Yeah, and that puts the frustrations of the pot before kind of into context for Andrew. He would be at this chip depth if he had won the one prior to that, putting himself in a good position. So that's why he was kind of wincing, like, you got there on the turn with the 3. But bounces back right away, finds a sneaky pre-flop raise with the king-queen, and then calls it down.
And Andrew opening the 9-5 off here. Akash defending his big blind with the 6-2 off. And we will see a flop. No pair, backdoor flush draw for Akash. No pair, backdoor straight draws for Andrew.
That's 4 million.
Andrew with the bet, Akash with the very quick fold this time, and another little chip up for Andrew Porter here, as he should cross the 40 million chip mark again and get up into about the mid-40s, I believe he'll end up with. Might even be more before the post here.
Yeah, something around there, though. We have Boris in the chat saying, Blacksmith Whitesmith has done a solid job this series. Some say he has a voice of an angel. True story. Well, I don't know how true that story is, Whitesmith.
I don't think there's many people that will call me an angel. My wife won't call me an angel.
But certainly giving you some props for
Which I certainly appreciate.
Hosting the series, streams, organizing things, doing the brunt of the work to make sure that these things run smoothly.
Oh, I don't do the brunt of the work to make sure that these things run smoothly. There's a full team. That's the Guerrilla Gaming team that do that.
Correct.
And they're a very, very good production team.
Oh, yes. They make our jobs very easy.
We get to sit back on the couch and just talk poker. Akash coming in with the King 7 off raise here. Andrew going to defend the 3 deuce. That said King 7, I believe. It was a Queen 7 off. Flop comes King, Queen 2, so a piece for both of them.
It's getting late. Understandable.
1 bets 4 million.
Akash going to look for value with his queen, and he's going to get it.
$11 million.
2 raise, 11 million.
Andrew going with the check raise here. I thought that he had more. I thought that he had more behind him, so I thought that he would have had more. But we'll see in just a sec. Andrew goes for the check raise. Akash pretty quickly goes all in, and Andrew very quickly folds behind.
Yeah, it looks like he didn't really have that much behind afterwards. We kind of alluded to those hands being decent raise candidates, but off of such a short stack, it gets quite painful to fold versus the shove specifically. Kind of a disaster if he has a flush draw there or a straight draw, but just a pair and Porter gets away.
Andrew with the king 6 here.
All in.
2 raise, all in.
Akash laying down the 10-3 to the all-in bet.
Giving him a quick look. 10-3 offsuit. Not going to be one that flicks it in. But you can see Akash really expanding the chip lead, putting Andrew down to about 5 big blinds.
The gold, I believe, were the 500,000, and I think that would give him a little bit more than the.
Oh, than the listed amount.
The listed. I think we lost some on the one hand that he won. Maybe 2 or 3 hands ago.
Gotcha. Okay, so it might be closer to 25,
I thought
30 million.
If those are 20 stacks, and my math is good, 20 times 500,000 should be a 10 million stack, and that would be 3 of them.
Okay, so probably playing closer to 10 big blinds deep than what is listed. 30 million chips, not the 19.
Akash limping the king jack, flops the jack. Andrew checking back the 10 deuce and flops the 2. We're in a very similar spot to where we just were, with the bottom pair and a good card in the middle that blocks some of the draw options.
That's 3 million.
Yeah, the annoying part is like Andrew can go all in here and get called by 2 overcards.
Akash is going to bet 1 big. Looks like Andrew choosing just to call this time. And the king of clubs on the turn is a very, very interesting card here, because Andrew now has a gut shot straight draw, the 3rd highest flush draw, and the pair. Akash has top 2. And you can see Andrew has 14 outs here where he could come back and win this.
And remember, Andrew probably has closer to 20 million left in his stack, not the 10 shown on the graphic.
Looks like it might even still be a little bit more.
Yeah, it looks like he might have 30 behind still.
Can't tell exactly, but it's definitely going to be in the 20s at a minimum. Akash betting 1.5 big blinds here.
Yeah, given how much Andrew probably has behind, 10 of clubs being quite relevant.
This feels like he could be looking to try to induce, and I could see I could see Andrew potentially looking to jam in a spot like, maybe not this instance, but to jam in a spot like this. Because you're going to get worse to fold. and you've got plenty of equity if you were to end up getting called. I don't think he is, but this is, again, we saw similar hands before where he was choosing check raise lines. He does just call. King on the river gives Akash a full house. And now just a decision of how much can he get from Andrew.
I think you just got to ask for it all, right?
If the number, and it looks like it should be about a pot-sized bet behind would be my guess. If you're Akash, I think you go for it all.
17 million?
Goes for near all of it.
15 million. 5 million.
Andrew taking his time and deciding if the two could actually be good here. There's more than enough things that Akash could take a line like this with that include hands that he beats, but Andrew does let it go.
Yeah. I was going to try to commentate on some strategy there, but heads up poker's hard, and heads up on the river, that's even harder. You just have such wide ranges, it's hard to really know what the best strategies are, whether or not that 10 of clubs is a good card or a bad card to have to bluff catch with. Blocking some bluffs maybe, blocking some value.
Yep, and we continue in the heads up here of the Deepstack main event final table. Again, I believe the graphic's going to be a little bit off here. It looks like Andrew Porter has about 22 million in chips behind him. Should be about 7 bigs. Should leave him about 20 and a half after making this call.
All in. 2 fold.
Akash ripping, Andrew folding. Now Andrew's going to be posting about a third of his stack in blinds here. Just under a third of his stack.
Yeah, Akash squeezing him out of the tournament essentially. Keeping the pressure high. Keeping his stack low.
Yeah, to answer the Solomon Sushi, Kang Boy, you also did answer for me. The chip count graph is off. Andrew Porter was on what looked to be 20,500,000 going into this hand before posting the antes and the blinds. So he should have about 14 million behind.
And a king, I imagine he will call it off with.
Akash going all in with the 10-6 here. Is that what we heard, or did he hear a call?
I think we heard all in.
Okay. Yep, so the graphics were just a little bit off. We do have an all-in and a call. Andrew Porter at risk with the king of diamonds and the 5 of spades. Akash all in and behind for a potential shipping of the tournament here. 5 on the flop doesn't really change things. Ace-5 deuce does bring some backdoor options, and the 4 does add to Akash's outs.
Can Akash take it here? No, he can't.
The 7 of hearts on the river is not the card that Akash needs to take down the... He stood up, and I was wondering if we missed something else.
Yeah, I was like, wait, what?
Not the card needed for Akash to take down the Deepstack main event here at the Borgata Winter Poker Open. Andrew Porter does double. Our chip graph is off here as we see it. If I'm not mistaken, Andrew Porter should be doubling up to 34, 37 million, 38 million?
Something like that, yeah. Mid to high 30s.
I believe it'll be 38.
Just over 10 big blinds. A bit harder to keep tabs now that Andrew's stack isn't all stacked. But hopefully he gets to it.
Yeah, he'll get there. When he gets us to 20s, that'll make it a little bit easier.
1 sec.
We'll try to keep you guys updated on the chip stacks. In case you're like me and very bad at counting.
Two call.
Andrew's gonna limp his Jack 5 offsuit. Option goes over to Akash in the big blind with the Jack 7 offsuit.
Check.
Akash is going to check the option. We will see a flop here.
One check.
Queen 10-7 does give Akash the bottom pair of sevens. Andrew picks up a backdoor heart draw.
Two bets, 3 million.
Akash is going to check to Andrew, who does fire out one big blind.
Yeah, that Jack of Hearts a pretty relevant card. Not going to be able to fold the Jack 7, I would imagine.
One call.
And here comes Akash. Does make the call. Turn is a Jack, and that's a very, very dangerous card here for Andrew. That's going to bar in an unexpected run out here. That's going to cost him some chips.
Finds the check back on the turn. Not going to lose any chips immediately.
Six of hearts on the river is another one that could slow him down a little bit. Akash with two pair on the river. Several different draws have now come in. Akash's hand is probably too strong to not try to get something.
10 million?
10 million.
Andrew going to bet 3 big blinds. Akash snap calling.
One calls 10 million.
I think that, yeah, that hand might confuse Andrew a little bit as to why the 2 pair didn't try to go for more. I mean, Andrew was definitely value betting his hand.
And we continue here. I believe that should actually be back to accurate or very close to accurate. And Andrew should be right around that 20, just under 20 million mark.
Yeah, it feels like this entire heads up has hovered right around this 10-1 lead that Akash has maintained.
He's kept him between about 15 and low 40s. And as soon as Andrew gets anything, Akash has been able to claw back a pot like the one we just saw.
All in.
One's all in. 2 quote.
Akash with the all-in, Andrew with a very quick fold with the 4 high.
I got to 30 million like 3 times. I feel like that's a win. Couldn't get over the hump.
Maybe I got one more time in me.
maybe he's hearing us somehow. 30 minutes in the past.
Yeah, Andrew expressing the same frustrations. Keep getting up there, but can't bring it close enough.
And then he just right after that he gets a 6-2 offsuit.
Yeah.
Call.
And Akash also with a 2. He has the King 2 offsuit. Andrew limping off of very, very few chips. Akash going all in and Andrew snap folding.
I had a shot twice. Now it's bleak. Now it's real bleak.
Andrew down to just over 3 big blinds here. He's going to be forced nearly all in.
Yeah, this is going to be his big blind, right? So we're going to see all 5 cards likely.
Akash with a Queen Jack, so
oh no.
That is definitely going in. Andrew wakes up with the 9 deuce offsuit. And I don't think he's even going to be able to fold this, right? He's only got a big behind.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Stone cold.
He does,
Wow.
he does lay down the 9 deuce.
And at this point, I can't really blame him.
Not at all. But we might be. Oh, okay. Excuse me. It looks like
Yeah, he might have had a little bit more than the graphics were showing behind.
just a very little bit. It looks like he's posted his small blind here and has about 5.5 million or so. 4.5, 5.5.
Okay. Oh, this is gonna be.
And now Akash has an ace, has Andrew 7 dominated. Akash Hotwani all in with ace 7 offsuit.
Got one magic.
Andrew
One
Porter
magic
all
in
in
your
at
sleeve.
risk with a 7-5
One more piece of
offsuit.
magic.
Again, for potentially
It's a good start.
the Deepstack
Fucking
main
always.
event of the Borgata Winter Poker Open. Queen 8-6 on the flop gives Andrew some outs. Picks up any 4, 5, or 9.
Why? Why are you guys doing that?
The Jack
playing
of
now.
Hearts, 10 of Hearts, turn and river is going to end our evening right there. Congratulations to Akash Hotwani, the victor and champion of the 2026 Borgata Winter Poker Opens Deepstack main event. $600 buy-in, $2 million guarantee prize pool. Takes home $323,000 for first place. Andrew Porter for second takes home just shy of $220,000. You see all the contestants at our final table on the screen now with the payouts. Akash will be up here for just a little bit. He'll get his pictures. He'll get his winner's photo taken with his trophies and his cards. And again, a very, very well played final table from Akash.
Yeah, he navigated this perfectly. I mean, he had the chip lead for a good portion of it, and he was doing chip leader duties, putting the pressure on everybody. But he was also in those middling stacks at some points, and he was able to still, find those pre-flop raised bluffs. He was able to find the call downs versus Andrew Porter later with just a pair of queens. And, he really did everything he needed to do to take this down, and a huge congratulations.
Yep, very well played. Congratulations to Akash, Andrew, Bryan, Steven, Taylor, Joseph, Duane, and Kevin, all for making the final table here at the Borgata Winter Poker Open. One last time, this is Matt McNeil, Whitesmith or Blacksmith. You'll see me as both names online, along with Two Flame, David Kinane, and congratulations again to Akash Hotwani for the Deepstack main event title at the 2026 Borgata Winter Poker Open.